15 minutes for the continuation of the 2023 ICF Freestyle World Championship here on the mighty Canoe River Midway, Columbus. Check in your vote for preliminary rides. Paddlers, if you have not checked in before your leave, please do so. Please come up to the platform and do that as quickly as possible. We'll make more announcements as the day goes on. Here we go, get started today. I'll hand it off to Mr. David Phil. All right, we're playing the day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 4 of the 2023 ICF Freestyle Canoe World Championships here in Columbus, Georgia. I am Hojo, joined by Anna Levesque.
Hi, good morning. We're excited to host the junior women preliminaries first thing, and we've got a field of 20 junior women who will be vying for a spot in the top 10 to move on.
That's right. So we have 20 women coming in here. We're going to cut down to 10 for the semifinals. And then after that, after the junior women goes, we will do the junior men's as well today. We have a pretty packed schedule. We're on an hour delay. We had some rain come down and make everything wet. We always have to cover all the equipment and get it all set up for the competition as it goes on. So we are an hour delay, but we will start at 11:15 local time. Anna, tell us a little bit about this river that we're going to see today.
This is the mighty Chattahoochee. We're in Columbus, Georgia, and the competition is on Good Wave. This is an awesome river to paddle. The competitors love this wave. It is a little tricky. It's big water, and there's a lot of water moving through. We're grateful to Georgia Power for working with the event organizers. The river is running at 3 generators. And we're really grateful that Georgia Power has been helping us out, and we're putting on a great event.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So we are just about ready to get underway. It is 11:08 local time. We'll go ahead and talk a little bit about what freestyle is. They're going to be in what's called a surface boat, a surface kayak. That kayak will have a spray skirt. They'll have a 2-bladed paddle. We've seen other disciplines, which is a canoe type discipline, where they have a single bladed paddle and they're on their knees. And as we look at the river there, you can see there, and there we go. That's an example of what we're looking at for the craft today. So it's a decked craft. They're on their knees, 2-bladed paddles. They'll be doing all manner of moves as it goes on throughout the day. Now this seat, or these heats are seated such that the higher you placed in the World Cup last year, the lower you will go or the later you will go. This is an advantageous position because you can see all the things that the paddlers did, what they struggled with, and what they scored.
Yeah, some competitors are very strategic, and so the later you go, the more you can dial in your strategy when you see the scores. Now, today, what the junior women and junior men are going to be focusing on is moving to the next round. So they're not focused on maybe hitting their biggest tricks. They're focused on consistency and making it through to the next round.
That's right. As you can see there, some of the moves are judged based on the angle. So when we talk about the angles of the boat, if they do a flat spin, for example, they would have to rotate 180 degrees around the boat on that top picture. So 180 degrees, basically what you would imagine a flat spin. When they get into things like blunts and roundhouses, the angle of the boat along that long axis has to go into 45 degrees, 90 degrees. So it's a pretty interesting thing. I'm going to hand off the microphone here to the venerable Anna Bruno as we get ready to go here in just a few more minutes. So please stick around for Good Waves 2023 ICF Freestyle World Championships.
Great, and so our first heat of junior women, we have Anne Pansar from Finland, Leah Huff from Ireland, Martina Farafont from Spain, Demaline Soizik from France, Esta Fullman from Germany. We have Aisa Lopez Arenas from Spain, Sasha Sachs from Canada, Emma Villadomat from Spain, Taru Turney from Finland, Jasmine Stengel-Brocknick from Austria. So we are we're looking forward to see these junior women show off what they can do. Hi, Anna Bruno.
Hey, Anna, it's great to be here. Thanks for holding down the fort as we wait to get things started with this rain delay.
Yeah, there was it was raining sideways yesterday. Yesterday all night.
Yeah, I went to walk my dog this morning and there was actually massive puddles on the sidewalks. That was a really welcome sight, I think, for everyone here in this region that's been really affected by the drought here in the southeast.
Yeah, that's why we're running on such a tight schedule, because of the drought and the limited water release. So yeah, it is welcome to have that rain come in.
Massive shout out and thank you to all of those who worked to make this event possible here, even given those circumstances. All those up at Georgia Power advocating for the importance of having this event, and really amazing to see I think what the river restoration has done for this town and for this community, for those that don't know, not that long ago, there was actually about a 20-foot tall dam here on the Chattahoochee. That dam was removed. They brought in engineers and designers to help rework the Whitewater Park to help create some of these rapids to give shape to it, and that has really helped change the dynamic of the entire uptown Columbus area as well as Phoenix City.
Absolutely, and we've seen that around the country, actually, Anna, right? In so many cities who take on revitalizing the river district and putting in whitewater parks. It's not only is it fun for those of us who kayak, it's also wonderful for folks walking, running, biking on the greenways.
Fishing.
Yep.
All the things, and you can actually get a look at that feature here, the Good Wave feature. So, funny story, you might not know this, but they actually didn't intend to create this feature.
I know. Isn't that interesting?
So wild.
But here it is, an awesome feature.
And we are stoked to have it. So river's running around just under 8,000 CFS, that's cubic feet per second, a little bit under that typical 3 generators level.
And as you look at the wave on your screen, you'll notice that on the shoulders of the wave, so on the left-hand corner of your screen, you'll notice that there's a big shoulder curling back onto the wave, and then on the right-hand corner of your screen, there's another. You'll see a tongue running through, and that's the other shoulder. And competitors are going to try to use those corners. At the same time, they can be danger zones.
That's true. We've seen a lot of the heats in the past several days really struggling with this feature. To make matters worse, this is maybe not worse, but this is a non-attainable feature. So that means if paddlers flush off the wave, they can't just easily catch an eddy and paddle back on. Their ride is effectively over. Due to the water shortages that we've had here, they've actually changed the rules. So instead of 4 rides in this preliminary round, our competitors are only going to get 3 rides. That really puts the pressure on. I think we saw that in the senior men's, we saw that in the senior women's, and I'm curious to see how it's going to impact some of our younger competitors here at the World Championship.
Yeah, because when you flush off, I was saying the other day when I was commentating that there's that mental agility piece, right? If you flush early, you have to come down and then walk your boat back up. So there's energy management, mindset management, not letting it get to you. And in men's preliminaries yesterday, we saw a lot of competitors have 2 so-so rides and then really bring it out on their last prelims ride.
That's right. You only get to drop 1 ride here, so 3 rides, 2 scores combined count. And let's not forget that, some of our men's and women's competitors are seasoned athletes. They've been at this for a long time. Our junior class, you have to be between the ages of 15 and 18 in the year that the World Championships is held to be eligible to compete. So some juniors only get 1 or 2 worlds, some will get 3 worlds, those lucky few, but for many of them, this might be their first international competition on this scale, and that's a lot of pressure.
It is a lot of,
but it's also a lot of fun.
Right, and there's so much confidence that's built in these young women.
So here we go, Ann Pensar of Finland up next. A strong kayaking scene up in Finland these days. We've seen team members in her senior men's and senior women's team make it through, and I'm excited to see what this young woman has for us. Starting it off with a nice spin to the right, trying to maybe even link that up into a shove it. So smart competing here, small points on the board, trying to maximize them as she goes maybe for a shove it, but unfortunately taking her paddle out of the water and losing her bow. So I do see 10 points on the board to start with. That is a better place to be sitting than none for sure.
Absolutely, and this is Ann's first Worlds, and she's very proud to be here. So we're cheering her on.
Yeah, I'm excited to see all of her and the Finnish team out here. But next up, we've got Leah Hugh out of Ireland. So this young woman has just improved so much in the past few years. She is primarily a flatwater paddler, but she was up on the Ottawa. I've seen some photos of her doing huge tricks, big Pan Ams, maybe even air screws. And I know that she's going to be looking to show off her skills in that Gigi Prod carbon kayak. I love her little, is it a lightning bolt or a storm on there?
Yeah.
So looking for a back roundhouse, maybe getting a spin to the right there, going for a roundhouse or a blunt, getting air on that trick, trying to look for those bonuses, keeping her boat moving as she's trying to get into the good spot, safe spot on the wave. A beautiful back blunt from Leah.
Yeah, that was all the way on that corner. She did great retaining the feature. Leah is Galway Fest champ, and she was 10th in Nottingham with a nice blunt there.
Yeah, definitely getting air. You can see that space between her boat and the wave to get those bonuses. So this is a strong first ride for Leah. She goes for a back blunt, maybe almost a back Pan Am to the other direction. Absolutely awesome first ride for Leah out of Ireland. You know, it's amazing to see the level of competition increase in the juniors year after year. Now you're going to, I think, see some scores from the junior women and junior men that start to feel competitive, or at least some tricks that start to feel competitive with the seniors. I know a lot of the seniors start watching the juniors to be like, ooh, who's coming up?
Coming up. Yeah, that's right.
And I think Leah is definitely one of those that people have their eye on. But
yeah. Next up is Martina Font from Spain. And she's waiting for the thumbs up from the judges. As you know, that takes a lot of mental agility as well, to sit there in that eddy, calmly waiting for the thumbs up, for your turn to show what you've got.
That's right. Paul Shepard, our head judge, all of our ICF judges out here, multiple countries, all of them are here volunteering their time. It is so easy to underestimate how much effort and time and people it takes to make an event of this scale run. And, you know, huge thank you to all of those working behind the scenes here in Uptown Columbus, at Rush South Whitewater Park, on the ICF Freestyle Committee, that have just donated hours of their time and effort. Hours.
And speaking of that, we should give a shout out to all the parents out there who have given hours supporting these juniors.
Yeah, many of them whom cannot drive themselves to the river.
Right.
So Martina dropping in for her first ride here. The clock starts as soon as she hits that wave, looking to set things up as she surfs it around, going for a spin to the right. Nice, safe first trick. Going for that spin to the left, but struggling to pull her bow back upstream to get that full 360. She's going to want to go back and repeat that. And she's like, nah, just kidding. I'm going to go for a blunt instead.
I'll take that.
Oh, it was awesome. As she unfortunately spins nice and high up on that green curler and off the wave. Still, good first few tricks.
That was great, yeah.
Yeah.
It's always nice when you're struggling to pull one trick around and then you just go for the bigger trick and it works out. What a feeling.
What a feeling. You find that like flow state, I guess, right? Where you like set yourself up and all of a sudden your body and your instinct takes over and you surprise yourself by knowing what to do. Next up, we've got Soizig Demelin from France. So France, another really strong freestyle community, strong paddling community in general. Whether that's slalom athletes, all-around creekers. We saw her teammate Tom Dole taking the top spot in the men's K1 preliminaries yesterday, and so I have no doubt that Soizig is here to show us what is up.
And she's got that cool boat, those cool graphics on.
I love the gecko.
Yeah, I know, it's awesome. Oh, catching that shoulder, does a great job of retaining the feature. She's looking strong, looking for that move, going for a roundhouse, bring it back. She's a little in that danger zone.
She's taking her time, surfing it back over. A lot of judges not scoring those roundhouses as they need to rotate around the bow of the boat. So that's been actually a harder move for people to score in this World Championships. Oh, and unfortunately catching the curler, going into that little pocket hole and surfing off the wave. So 3 rides, 2 count, 1 drop score for all of these athletes. And we are here in Heat 1 of our women's junior kayaks K1. I'm losing my words here. I'm Anna Bruno.
And we've got Esta Fullman from Germany peeling out of the eddy.
I think they made a bit of a mistake on her age there. She's definitely not 44.
Yeah, she wouldn't be competing in juniors.
No. But she could have competed in the Masters class earlier this week, and unfortunately catching her bow as she dropped in there, and she'll be wanting to brush that ride off.
Which just catching this wave is challenging.
A challenge, yeah.
Right? So it starts right from the eddy, focus, looking where you want to go, finding that sweet spot so you can retain the wave. And next we have Aisha Lopez Arenas from Spain.
Aisha dropping in, showing really nice composure as she sets herself up, fawning right into that foam pile there, going to spin it around. She catches her edge and then manages to control that, taking that bounce down the face of the wave. You can see her looking to keep her eyes upstream as she tries for that shove it to the right.
Yeah, vision is so key in freestyle moves. Going for a spin, brings it around, gets on that far shoulder, and it is a bit of a danger zone out there.
It is, and athletes have to complete that trick in control before the flush line on the wave in order to score those points. So sometimes you'll see the scores being a .33 or a .67. We do actually have 3 different judges out there, and those scores will sometimes reflect that maybe one judge gave a trick while another one didn't, or they can actually see and call slightly different things. So, all right, Sasha Sachs out of Canada, hailing from Ottawa. Her parents, Olga and Joel, are here in the audience. Sasha is a student at World Class Kayak Academy. She's a former graduate of the OKS Keener program up on the Ottawa River. She's no stranger to waves and no stranger to big water, and I know that she is excited to be here for her first World Championship.
She did a great retaining the feature, has a spin on the board.
Again, struggling to pull that bow around for that second spin. You really have to kind of work it because that curler will get you. Looking to surf and set up in that little side surf, staying nice and controlled here. Sasha also choosing to paddle a plastic boat over some of the carbon boats that we've seen so far. So maybe a little bit slower on this wave, which can be an advantage. Trying for a roundhouse and not quite landing that trick before flushing off the wave.
Yeah, those carbon boats stiffer and lighter than the plastic boats, so they tend to be helpful with big air.
They do,
right, getting some air.
Absolutely, they're a lot lighter, and there's this common misconception that you need to be a pro to paddle a carbon boat, and yet you're seeing more and more of the junior women and the junior men understand the advantages of having a lighter kayak that you can actually cut down a little bit smaller. All right, but Emma Vilodomat out of Spain dropping in, surfing it up, starting it off strong with a spin right away, maybe almost even getting air on that spin. I would love to see an aerial spin get scored here in this competition. Oh, catching her bow, almost pulling off the McNasty, and unfortunately flushing off the wave.
An aerial spin would be super cool.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone is, like Yuga and Hojo talked about, every one of these moves is eligible for bonuses, from air bonuses to a huge bonus, a clean bonus, meaning not using your paddle for at least half of the trick, as well as a link bonus. And all of those can add value to your score, which can make a really big difference in rounds where it comes down to, really small point differences between making the cut and not.
Yeah, so next up is Taru Turney from Finland. She is the Finnish national champ. And when she became national champ, she scored she had her record score. Unfortunately, catching an edge there.
I'm not sure if she went to go for an entry move or just got sideways and tried to save it.
It looked like she was trying something. There was a strategy there.
Yeah. So who knows? Didn't work out for her in that time, but we'll see what happens. But I can see Jasmine Stengel-Bracknick in her blue kayak there. Jasmine working with Bartosz Chowderna of the Love It Live It program. I see her getting some coaching. Talented young paddler out of Austria who's come up a lot in the last year. I believe she was in the finals at the last Nottingham World Championship, and I'm really excited to watching her here. We were practicing our blunt movement on dry land together the other day, so I know that she's got it in her. So going to start it off with maybe a shove it, maybe getting rejected on that spin and controlling herself back to the wave, going for a spin, catching her edge. You can just see that wave just come and pick these athletes up and just bobble them off. You really need to be proactive in holding your space on the wave.
Yeah, that is the challenge with, again, freestyle kayaking. It's so fun. There's so much going on, right? So much to pay attention to, that vision, the water flowing, getting your paddle in the water, retaining the feature. These ladies, these young women are doing awesome. And remember, 3 rides, 2 count.
3 rides, 2 count. All of our competitors here between the ages, they're either turning 15 this year or have turned 18 this year. So really big deal. So Anne out of Finland dropping on here for her first ride. Or second ride, excuse me. As she goes to spin it around and just retaining that wave. Fantastic job there. She goes right into the next spin, going maybe for a roundhouse, not quite getting that bow down, but still getting the boat backwards, maybe pulling a shove it out of that. We shall see what the judges have to say. As she backs it up, oh yeah, you could see that bounce. This is my favorite trick right here, the roll.
Absolutely.
Best trick anyone can learn in a kayak.
For those of you who might not be as familiar with kayaking, I know that when we're out on the water, a lot of times folks who aren't as familiar, that's what is most impressive to them is the roll.
It's true, they're like, do it again, do it again. But next up, Leah Hugh, flatwater phenom out of Ireland. looking calm and collected here. She goes to put down Leah with a huge first ride, and so she's going to be looking to make that cut to, I believe, the top 10 or top 5.
Top 10.
Top 10 athletes.
Top 10, wanting a spot in those
Semifinals.
semis. Yep.
So spinning it around, maybe getting a roundhouse out of that trick. We shall see. Maybe getting some air on that, going to set herself up, and then right for the blunt, maybe getting air on that. That was a beautiful trick. Right to the roundhouse the other direction. Oh, and then catching her edge. But she shakes it off. She's all right with it.
She looks like she had a smile on her face at the end of that. I think she's pleased with that. She has one more ride.
That's true. You know, most athletes have a bit of a ride plan in their head, and you don't always get through your ride plan. And so I think when you like kind of tick off 3/4 of it or even half of it, you're like, whew, okay, stoked. So, you know, maybe you start with your safe trick, then you add your bigger scoring trick, and then you add kind of the tricks that you're like, I don't know if I'm going to score this, but I'm going to try.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting to see the different strategies that each athlete uses here to try and make their way into that top 10 rankings.
Right, and that's the thing. It's not about the biggest trick in this round. It's about making it through to the next round. And so keeping yourself calm-minded and focusing on your strategy and what it takes to get into that next round. It's not necessarily about throwing everything out there.
Right. You know, it's not always like the quote-unquote best kayakers that have the best performance here at the World Championships. It's those who are the best competitors, and especially those who are the best competitors on that ride in that day. And I think it doesn't showcase all the work these athletes have put into getting to this point. And right now we've got Martina Ferrot-Font out of Spain. So Martina looking to show off all of that hard work that's taken some athletes years to get to this event and this point. So spinning it around, maybe getting a roundhouse, maybe getting some air on that. Already with 60 points on the board, so off to a really strong start here and still 30 seconds nearly left on the clock.
Looks like she's trying to set herself up backwards maybe to try a back move.
Yeah.
There she goes. Bringing it back around, not quite getting the bounce or pass she wanted. She's taking her time, setting herself up.
She is, and you can see that control, that composure. She looks for the pass she wants. She's got 3 seconds left. Can she initiate one more trick before the buzzer? And unfortunately not quite getting that edge transfer for the blunt that she wanted. But still, strong ride for Martina. As we take this brief pause here as the judges are deliberating some of their scores.
Soisik competed, it says here, in the C1.
In the women's C1.
Yes.
That's right. Fantastic. Yep. That's right. There's no age limit on competing necessarily in the senior categories, only in the junior categories. Oh God. Doing that roll. Can she still catch the wave? And unfortunately just missing it.
Those moments can be so heartbreaking as a competitor. I've been there. It's been a long time since I've competed at the World Championships, but I've been there. I'm sure you've been there. And it takes something, again, to brush it off, come back, clean slate for that last ride.
Absolutely. Highs, lows, swings and roundabouts. I mean, kayaking is such a mental sport, whether or not you're competing. You know, I talk frequently about how it can take so much to build your confidence up to run a river, and it can take so little to knock it down.
That's right.
But right now, Esta Fullman out of Germany, dropping in to show us what she has. Can she save that?
On the bubble.
That's right. Esta, again, a junior here. I would not be surprised to see her put together a ride and maybe even come back for the next World Cups and the World Championships in Plattling, Germany.
Absolutely. These young women have a lot of years to compete. So this is great experience that they're racking up regardless of the final outcome.
No, I wish I had competed as a junior. I didn't even really know about kayaking then. But now we've got Asa Lopez Arenas out of Spain. So the really strong Spanish team as always.
Catches that shoulder. That shoulder.
Exciting.
It was exciting.
Yeah.
It was like an elevator shaft there. Lifted her right up and threw her off.
Yeah. You know, it's worth putting out there that with this rain delay as well, the water is still filling into the pool. The wave is changing the entire way throughout the day. That's part of what makes the sport so dynamic and fun, is that every time you drop on the wave, it is just a little bit different. But next up, Sasha Sachs out of Ottawa. I've seen her throwing huge on Garburator wave, spinning and around nice and smooth and fast. They're maybe almost getting that clean spin, trying to pull her bow back for that other spin. We'll see if the judges give it to her. It needs to be done in one fluid motion. So she may need to go back and repeat that trick as she looks to maybe set up for a back trick, trying for a back roundhouse, and unfortunately just catching her bow on the curler there.
It's also easy to catch your edge when you go, or when I've seen athletes go for that pass and you dig your rail, the side rail of the kayak in to get that big bounce and edge-to-edge transfer. If it goes too deep, it can surf you right off the wave.
Yeah, senior men struggling with that yesterday. Senior women all week we've seen athletes really struggling to find the sweet spot with that feature. Unfortunately, Emma Viodamat out of Spain missing the wave on this ride. So again, 3 rides, 2 count, 1 ride that you get to completely drop and shake it off. We saw a lot of competitors make it that cut into their quarter or semifinals on 1 ride alone.
That's right.
So we know it's possible.
Yep, it is definitely possible. And we've got the Finnish national champ, Taru, dropping into the wave.
So Taru catching the wave successfully this ride. Fantastic start to her ride here. She goes for that shove it right into the spin. Maybe even trying to link those 2 moves together. Trying to go for the shove it the other direction. Not quite getting her bow fully that 180 upstream, but staying on the wave, working her way back over to that safer spot. She's in a really nice window right now. If she can hold it together,
nice.
you see that pile is going to keep you right on the wave. Almost an inverted spin there. She goes for the roundhouse, not quite getting her stern all the way to backwards. But again, doing a really good job staying in control on this wave. There's a beautiful roundhouse to the left.
She is doing a great job of staying in control, and she retained the feature for her entire 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Absolutely. Oh, and then she just drops into the hole for a bonus ride.
Yay.
Yay. So fun. This river is so fun. There's another feature, Ambush, just upstream where they held the World Cup event that a lot of the kayakers have just been, or the athletes have just been sessioning all week just for the fun of it. There's some beautiful eddy lines. It's just, for such a short stretch of river, it's really one of the best bang for your buck sections in the southeast United States, and with this almost roadside access the whole way, walking trail access.
Yeah.
It's such a wonderful resource.
And you can go get an awesome coffee and baked goods close to the river as well.
Yeah,
after you're done.
It's been really fun to see all the kayakers walking through town in their gear, carrying their boats in one hand and a coffee in the other. But right now, Yasmin Stengelbrachnik of Austria looking to improve on her first ride score as she drops in for this wave, catching it nice and high on the pile, spinning it over as she works her way into that sweet spot on the wave, going right for the spin the other direction, not taking a pause, working it really hard. Nice job as she drops her edge there to carve back across the face of the wave. Jasmine's going to be looking for some of those bigger scoring moves next, so whether she's going to go for the roundhouses and play it safe or try for one of those air blunts. So looks for a roundhouse there to the right. And then you can just see those tricks just travel so much across the face of the wave.
Yeah, whitewater is dynamic, obviously, and it's moving underneath you. There are very few sports where the venue is actually moving underneath you as you are trying to do your routine or your perform.
It's a little bit like doing a slalom race on a slow-moving avalanche if you were skiing, I think. It's like, And I think like the cameramen are doing a fantastic job of capturing the action here. But it is so hard to put in perspective what it feels like to be on this wave versus what it looks like to be on this wave.
Or even peeling out of the eddy onto the wave.
Yeah, it's so boiling chaotic right there. You can see actually the water's almost surging up to these athletes' waists.
Yeah. It can be really easy to over paddle. I've done it several times here, over paddle and miss the wave.
Yeah.
But our next competitor, going back up to
is the top of the order, is Ann Pensar out of Finland. So this is going to be our 3rd round in this women's preliminary heats of the junior women's.
And she caught, as we were just saying, peeling out of that eddy can be challenging, and she caught an unfortunate edge. So just to say that as soon as these young women leave the eddy, they are performing, they are focused, and it takes something to be out there.
It's true. For those of you following along on the live results, right now you're going to see a little Q next to all of these athletes' names. That is because they are in the first heat. So they are technically automatically qualified, but we still have one more heat to go, and they'll be up after these ladies complete their 3rd and final ride here in the preliminary rounds. Leah Hugh, oh my gosh, missing the wave, almost saving it. with a cartwheel, but Leah currently sitting in that top spot with a combined score of 198.33. So she's in the best possible place that she can be going into the next heat. She's the one that's kind of setting the bar right now. She is going to be the score to beat. Next up, we've got Martina out of Spain. Oh, no. Yep, Martina Font out of Spain, dropping onto the wave. Martina starting things off strong with a nice air roundhouse, almost catching her bow into a McNasty, but unfortunate flush there for Martina.
I love how these young women are going for the tricks, practicing the tricks, going big. They're not afraid.
No, they are not afraid, and they are not hesitating, right? They're taking their time. They're being a little bit conservative on those first rides, and they know that this is the ride to put it all out there. So Soizik Demelin out of France is going to be looking to catch the wave here as trick number 1. Getting a bit of a face surf, but retaining the feature. Fantastic work by Soizik. So she comes up here, surfing it around, catching her breath as she goes to try for that roundhouse. Lee spinning the boat fully, that full 360 on the wave, backing it up to the other direction as she goes to look for maybe one of those back roundhouses. Oh, come on, Soizik, don't give up. And unfortunately, that will be her second ride.
Like as you said, traveling across the wave, she just traveled over onto that shoulder, and it can, you know, drag you off is not the right word, but
it happens so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next up, Esta Fullman out of Germany. So Esta has not yet managed to catch the wave here. She's unfortunately missing that eddy. Is she going to be able to catch it from the lower eddy down below? So she does have that second chance there to surf onto the wave from the smaller eddy. We saw a lot of the C1s and OC1s opting to use that technique yesterday. Really smart decision by Esta there.
That was smooth. That was really smooth.
Yeah, I would even say maybe almost intentional, but either way, here she is. She's on the wave, 45 seconds all to herself as she works her way. Unfortunately, just surfing off of the wave before she completes that trick. So while we will not be seeing Esta in the semifinals, just well done. Way to be out there competing. First Worlds in the bag.
That's right. Now all of the training she's done, everything she's learned stays with her forever, and she has many more opportunities to compete, and I'm sure we'll see her again.
Yeah, I hope so. I really do. All right, next up we've got Aiza Lopez Arenas out of Spain.
She looks focused. Catching that wave.
She does. Got to get your game face on here. So we can see our leaderboard on the left-hand side of that screen there. So
wow.
Aisa not going to be able to make her way into those top 5 positions on that
curler
ride.
that curler just rears its head sometimes.
It does. It really does. It's the smackdown is violent.
It is. It can be violent.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I hope the photographers have got their telephoto lenses on there to capture all the athletes' faces, that moment of utter shock and surprise. What just happened? I know I've gotten several photos where my face looks hilarious on this wave. So Sasha dropping in. She's going to be looking to make her way into one of those top 2 or 3 spots to secure herself a place in the semifinals. Unfortunately, spinning herself just across the wave and off of it. Still, Sasha having spent the fall paddling with World Class Kayak Academy up on Eastern Canada, Ottawa and Quebec, and she's got a lot more kayaking to do this year. She's currently sitting with a combined score of 20 points. She's currently qualified through, but that's all going to depend on what the next heat of ladies can do.
Next up is Emma Villadomat from Spain, making her way onto the wave, dropping in. Nice drop in. She's looking around, bringing it around for a spin.
Trying for that shove it, not quite getting it around, but then pulling it back the other way. Shove it, your whole paddle has to stay in the water for that whole 180-degree rotation. It's one of the hardest tricks on the score sheet to score, and it's only worth 5 points. It's a little bit disappointing, but it is a lot of fun, and it's a great foundational skill to build. And unfortunately, bouncing off the wave there and that snappy roll up. So I think that will better one of Emma's scores, at least. Emma missing the wave on her last ride. I believe she put at least 10 points on the board in that ride. So,
yep.
But now we have
Taru Turney from Finland. And Taru, I'm sure, wants to put more points also on the board with this last ride, catching the wave, dropping in, bringing it around for a spin. She going the other way, spin the other way. Yep, she's looking nice and in control.
Yeah, really focused here from Taru. She knows that she has 3 rides. She threw away one of them where she missed the wave, and this is the ride where she wants to put down at least another 25 points to try and get herself into the semifinals. Oh, and unfortunately she goes for that roundhouse, just catching her edge and just flipping over there. So we will see where that leaves her. Austria's Jasmine Stengel-Brachnick waiting for the official thumbs up. Her G-Power harpoon paddles. There was some Austria representation on the blades, some custom graphics. I love seeing the personality that comes out in all the athletes' gear and choices. Yes. You know, like Jasmine's all blue.
I know. I was blue and black.
Yeah. Some of the girls are all pink. You know, it's really fun to see the kind of customization and flair. So Jasmine surfing out to the wave here, working with Bartosz Chodrona out of Love It, Live It, the Freestyle Unlocked coach, and she has been working really hard to improve her freestyle in the past year, and she has, and unfortunately, she will not be able to showcase those skills on that particular ride.
Yeah, it can be so challenging to catch the wave when you hit the foam pile. It can feel like it throws you backwards, and recovering from that takes a lot of strength. So
Taru was able to boost herself a little bit higher up here. So right now in our leaderboard from this heat, we've got Leah Hugh of Ireland in first, followed by Martina Ferrat-Fond of Spain, Taru Terni of Finland, and Pansar of Finland, Jasmine in 5th. So those top 5 are going to be watching really closely as we come into our next heat here.
And our next heat is Holly Ogilvie from Ireland, Sonja Regina Hacker from Germany, Sienna Edwards from Great Britain, Isabella Warmall from Great Britain, Jessica Stibbe from Canada, Chloe Spears from the United States, Eleanor Knight from the United States, Nia Mackin from Great Britain, Sophie Gilfillan from Canada, and local McKinley Kate Hargrove from the United States, from actually right here in Columbus, Georgia.
That's right, and keep in mind here that all of this last heat has been pre-seeded. Here we are. I'm Anna Bruno.
I'm Anna Levesque.
We're here announcing for the junior women's kayak preliminary rounds here at the ICF Freestyle World Championships on the Chattahoochee River. We've just seen heat 1, some great first ride scores, also some heartbreak.
There's always heartbreak, and there's always exceptional joy at every World Championships, every competition.
There is, but we're coming into our second and final heat of the junior women's kayak surface here in the preliminary round. So these women are going to have 3 rides. 2 of these ride scores will count, and we are cutting from 20 athletes down to the top 10 as we go. Oh, look at this Neve Mackin of Great Britain there, struggling to get her spray deck on, assisted by Coach Dennis. That is maybe the hardest move of the day.
It is. I often tell my kayaking students, this could be the hardest thing you do all day.
Yeah, I always got to make sure you got to do the magic flick, make sure your grab loop stays free of your cockpit rim there. It's trick number 1. But yeah, so we have these women, these junior women here. Many of them were here for the World Cup back in October. And so our last paddlers to go will be our top seeded athletes based on their results from that event back last October. Holly Ogilvie is going to be our first athlete to go in this round.
In Holly's bio, she said that she's very proud that she went first at the Nottingham Worlds.
But she was the first athlete to go
in junior women, or maybe even the first
entire event. Yeah, that's crazy.
And she was really proud of that. And she was 8th in Nottingham at the last World Championships.
I mean, that's a fantastic score. You know, again, I really expect to see some big tricks out of these young women here. The juniors women's class is just getting more and more competitive. The scores are getting higher every year, and I'm excited to see what happens here in Columbus on the Chattahoochee River. So Holly spinning it around, showing beautiful control right off the bat as she catches that wave and moves right into her first trick, going for that second trick onto that danger shoulder. She's going to have to work to surf her way back over to the main face of the wave, and unfortunately does not, and is just off the wave. But still, 20 points on the board, 3 rides, 2 count.
That's right.
It's now a good place to be sitting.
That's right. Now it's time to reset the slate, come back up for your next ride. And next up, we've got Sonja Regina Hacker from Germany.
really strong German team out here this year. I bet you they're preparing for their next World Cup world champs in Plattling. And Sonja catching the wave nice and high in the pile, taking that beautiful pass down as she waits, takes her time, and looks for her first trick. So starting it off with a spin, maybe even a back blunt or a back roundhouse as she catches her stern there, and unfortunately that will be her first ride. It is just, man, so hard to shake off the nerves and the anticipation of that first ride. Also, these women, I think there was several messages this morning. There's a rain delay. There's not a rain delay. There's a rain delay. And, you know, being able to handle, again, that mental composure of facing whatever is kind of thrown at you the day of competition and not having it throw you off your game is a real challenge.
Absolutely. And that's a testament to what these young women are accomplishing being out here.
So Sienna Edwards dropping in. This is a new name to the British team. I have not seen her competing before. I believe this is her first World Championships. And so she is starting it off strong, maybe with a shove it, going for that spin, trying to get her paddles higher to the water for that clean bonus, but not quite getting it. Going right for the other spin. I believe she's paddling one of those extra small Gigi Pro kayaks. I love seeing boat companies out there making boats for some of our smaller athletes to help start that freestyle development early. A beautiful roundhouse from Sienna to the right, maybe even getting air on that. She tries to go for a back blunt, almost getting a back Pan Am, but unfortunately just flushing off the wave.
Yeah, she was trying to set herself up. This is her first Worlds, and she's very proud to be here and represent Great Britain. And again, these young women hopefully have long careers in freestyle competition ahead of them. This is racking up experience for them, competitive experience, paddling experience. And our next competitor is
Isabella Wormall, or Izzy, I believe out of Ireland? Oh, Great Britain, excuse me. Please forgive me, British team. Oh, Izzy unfortunately just catching her edge there. She dropped in right into that dangerous curler spot. But Izzy's out of London, England. Her favorite place to surf is actually Habitat in Canada and Inlet Gate in Nottingham. You couldn't find two features more different, so a well-rounded paddler. And she was the 2021 and 2023 British champion, so I know that she has a lot more to show us. But right now, all eyes on Jessica Stibbe, or Jessie, out of Canada. Jessie hopefully will be able to make her way into that lower eddy. She's got a bit beach daz there. And start her ride from that lower down eddy. Jessie working for Wilderness Tours this summer up on the Ottawa River.
There she goes.
I believe she's only around 16 or 17 years of age, and this is also her first World Championship.
I've had the privilege of sharing an eddy with her on the Ottawa, and she's lovely.
Yeah, huge smile, huge stoke. A lot of love for this sport.
It looks like that was counted as her ride, and so she has two more rides that she'll set up for. And here comes Chloe Spears from the United States.
Yeah, Chloe actually living here in Columbus, Georgia. Her mom Jenny and stepdad Joe Ball, also big kayakers themselves.
Oh,
Chloe paddling
nice
that
work,
carbon
Chloe.
Apex boat,
Oh,
throwing
yeah.
it down right into a roundhouse. Chloe only got this boat, I believe, at the start of last week, and she has been absolutely crushing in it. I think the only junior to be, one of the few junior women to be paddling that Apex kayak designed by Eric Jackson. So she's got a lot of big tricks for us, and I am excited to watch her.
And that was excellent, good work.
Oh my gosh.
Rolling so fast in that foam pile, which isn't easy. Always, you want to know where you are, and retaining that feature is so important because it gives you opportunities for more tricks.
Really quick response there, like very fast, snappy. I know I'm about to catch it, throw my blade out, let's roll up. But next up, Eleanor Knight out of Seattle, Washington, Team US of A. This is Eleanor's second World Championships. Her dad, Christian Knight, also a big kayaker. This young girl actually ran the Little White Salmon this year. She's run the Hanapika. She's running a lot of those big name Class 5 creeks up in the Pacific Northwest. She spent a bunch of time out in the Slave River with Natalie and Leif Anderson working on her skills, and you can see it.
You can definitely see it. She has racked up some points on the board. She's going for it. She's moving around.
Yeah, she's gotten both spins. She's gotten a roundhouse, maybe with some air. She is here to throw down, and she's not afraid to show it. That's a beautiful shove it from Eleanor, as she just really is staying composed, staying in control as she surfs away off the wave, going for a roundhouse, maybe a blunt. Again, looking for that 45-degree angle of elevation to score those bigger points.
And she knows where she wants to be on that wave. She's trying to utilize that shoulder, and she's doing a great job staying in control, going for the blunt.
Yeah, fantastic paddling from Eleanor. This young woman had never really been in a freestyle boat before the last World Championship, she came out to Oklahoma City. She was like, I want to learn. And 1 week, she learned how to spin. She got her loop literally in her last competition ride at the team trials, and she has just gotten better and better from there. So the rate of progression you see in these athletes is impressive. Next up, Neve Mackin of Great Britain.
And Neve was a silver medalist in Nottingham, so she's no stranger to competition and to the podium.
No, and I believe she took third at the World Cup here last October, so I know that she can throw down some big tricks. She's paddling that Gigi Prod kayak with a custom wrap of graphics on the bottom, and I hope that her tricks will show that off. So as we switch that camera from closer to the juggles. Angles, nice trick to shut that off. Maybe a roundhouse, maybe a blunt, definitely air. Working to spin it right around, maybe even linking it into that shove it.
She's really moving it around, setting herself up backwards.
She's right in that dangerous spot. Can she spin it back around and stay safe? Yes, she can. Going to set up for a back trick, maybe getting a back roundhouse there. Looking for the trick the other direction. You can see when the boat just kind of gets that hop off the wave, the judges are most likely not going to score that. They want to see a trick done with intentionality. Those roundhouses need to rotate around either the stern or the bow of the boat. Or, you know, you could just go for a huge back blunt or back Pan Am.
We'll see what the judges say if she retained the feature. She was on that danger zone shoulder that kind of took her out of the wave, but
definitely on the bubble, but fantastic first ride from Neve.
Absolutely. Next up, we've got Sophie Gilfillan from Canada, waiting for the judges' thumbs up.
Sophie, a world-class Kayak Academy graduate. She is an Ottawa River local. Her parents moving out to the area only a few years ago. Jeff and Fiona also here supporting her, cheering her on. She is competing in the C1 class as well, so we will see her again later today. Sophie paddling that Murky Waters Jackson Rockstar 5 kayak. She's got a grizzly bear, I believe it is, on the bottom. It's a beautiful boat design that she designed herself. So I've seen Sophie air screw. I've seen her throw some huge blunts on the carburetor wave, and so she's going to be looking to get herself into that final heat. So starting off with a roundhouse, getting air on that, not quite getting the verticality on that trick that I know she was looking for, but conservative paddling, staying on the wave, because that's where you score points.
Nice.
Standing it up into that beautiful blunt, following it right up with a huge back blunt, and then unfortunately just catching that flush. But wow, look at those two tricks. That was fantastic.
That was fantastic. And I love the red design on her boat, too. I know I want to say squiggly lines, but cool boat.
So Sophie was a silver medalist here in the junior class at the World Cup. And that ride, I think, really showcases a little bit of why. But next up, hometown hero, McKinley Kate Hargrove. So McKinley Kate grew up here in Phoenix City. She learned to paddle with Big Brother Mason here on the Chattahoochee River. She and her family volunteering for Team River Runner, helping teach others to kayak. We featured her in Kayak Session magazine recently, and that was so much fun to get to know her a little bit better. She has thrown down some big rides, big points, and she's going to be looking to take the top place in every round, trying to start things off with a roundhouse, but not quite getting backwards. She's going to be looking to repeat that. I've seen blunt McNasties. I've seen clean blunts from this young lady. I've seen back Pan Ams. I mean, she's got the tricks, and she wants to show it. Nice air roundhouse on that ride there.
Danger zone. Can she save it? She tried so hard. She was not giving up.
No, she knows exactly where she was on that wave and what she needs to do. I love her pink sparkles.
Me
her
too.
Dreamboat kayak there. Yeah. So McKinley Kate actually setting, I believe, an ICF point record for the juniors in a ride score last year in Nottingham. And I think she's going to be scoring over 500 points in the World Cup last year, and I know she's going to be wanting to repeat that ride. But right now, we've got Holly Ogilvie coming back to the top of our junior women's heat number 2 of the kayak preliminary rounds. 3 rides, 2 counts, 20 paddlers cutting to 10, and we are dropping into Holly Ogilvie for ride number 2.
Currently leading and qualified is Leah. In the top 3 spots are Leah, Sophie, and Martina. As you can see,
it's actually
it just changed it up. Sophie, McKinley Kate, and
Neve Mackin.
Yep.
So Holly's going to be looking to make her way into those top 10 paddlers. She's got 20 points on the board. What will she be able to get this ride? So Holly spinning it around, start things off. Oop, catching her bow, but staying in control with that rudder stroke to hold her position on the wave. And then Unfortunately, just dropping a little bit too much of that left edge and surfing off. So 10 points. She's definitely added to her first ride score, but will it be enough?
Next up, coming out of the eddy is
Sonia.
Regina Hacker from Germany, catching the wave. Can she roll fast enough? She just caught her edge. Again, hitting that foam pile can feel actually quite powerful. And it can throw you over, it can throw you backwards.
It's a shame you don't get a face surf bonus.
I would love a face surf bonus.
Yeah, I'm really good at them. All right, next up we have Sienna Edwards out of Great Britain. She is currently got a little Q next to her name, which is a great spot to be sitting, but she knows that she's going to be wanting to improve that first ride score of 35 points, and unfortunately, this will not be the ride in which she does it. So, it's all right. Sienna, throw it off. Her first world championship here. She's doing amazing. Yes. You know, there's been so little practice time for any of the athletes in this past week. 3 rides in team training if you're lucky. And so it hasn't given athletes much time to get used to the nuances of this wave. But right now, Izzy Wormall out of Great Britain, spinning it around beautifully smoothly as she works her way back over to that sweet spot on the wave, going right for the blunt, maybe getting the roundhouse. Looked like she was trying to go right into a back blunt, but just,
nice work.
Excellent work, Izzy, as she goes for that huge
Got some air on that one.
But yeah, again, these tricks all require a combination of angle, edge, rotation, in order to get everything right to score.
That's right. Sometimes you don't complete a move, but they feel really good.
They do.
The air you get feels really good.
Yeah, it's true. And you're like, did it count? Did it not count? It's always a tough place to know. What did the judges say? What did they see? Fortunately, we do have the live stream, which you guys are watching here. And so athletes have actually been using this to go back, watch their rides, and see what tricks are scoring.
Yep. Jessica Stibbe from Canada, ferrying out onto the wave. So the crowd is cheering for her.
Yeah, Jessie unfortunately missing the wave on her first ride. Oh my goodness. And going for that violent, almost air screw style window shade.
Well, if you're going to window shade,
do it with style.
That's right.
Yeah.
Do it spectacularly.
Exactly.
And she just did, and it was awesome.
I know she's going to be looking for more. So Chloe Spears out of Columbus, Georgia, paddling her apex rebound in pretty pink. Chloe spending more time on this wave than most of the competitors in the entire event since she lives right here. Starting it off strong with a beautiful air blunt, maybe a roundhouse. They are on that surfer's left shoulder, working her way back over to the good spot. This young girl just getting better and better every time I see her on the water. Beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Going back to repeat that trick, hoping to get the roundhouse if she got the blunt on the last one. Going for a roundhouse the other direction. I want to see her go for another one of those big back tricks like she went for on her last ride here.
Yep, she's
so
there.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh!
Just on that
shoulder. Yeah, but it feels so green and it feels so good.
Still a great ride from Chloe.
Absolutely,
moving
a great
around,
ride
looking
from
in control.
We'll see where that score puts her, but it should be enough to put her through to the top 10, and she still has one more score to go.
And if you're watching at home, you'll see that the leaderboard comes up on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, so that keeps you in the know in terms of who is moving into
the next round. That's right. But right now, we have Eleanor Knight, Chloe's teammate, out of the United States of America, hailing from Seattle, Washington, a talented all-around paddler. This young girl has been running a lot of the steepest creeks and biggest volume rivers on the West Coast, and now she's bringing that skill here to the Chattahoochee River. So starting it off, looking for that blunt, but just you can see her getting her edge down, but not having her body ready to wind up to get that rotation, switching her game plan, going for a shove it, and then going for a spin. Smart competing here from Eleanor, knowing that you want to get points on the board and stay on the wave. Spinning it around the other direction.
She is paddling very confidently, and her whole family is here watching.
Her
mom, her dad, her siblings, they're
amazing.
Cheering her on from the stands.
Yeah, Eleanor having a really scary experience on the Slave River this year where she ran,
nice.
Going for a beautiful roundhouse with air, maybe even a blunt there. But yeah, Eleanor having a really terrifying swim up on the Slave River, and I know that she's had to work pretty hard to kind of overcome some of that fear that follows one of those bad swims, and it's amazing to see her out here back charging.
But that's part of why kayaking is such a I think it's a confidence builder. It's not just about when you do well, it's how do you recover when things don't go your way.
It's true. And, it's also important, I think, it's like not only how do you recover when things don't go your way, but how do you find people to paddle with that make you feel safe, that make you feel supported
Absolutely.
on the water? And,
Yes.
a lot of these juniors get into paddling because maybe their parents or their older siblings paddle. But it can be a hard sport to access if you've never seen it or never tried it.
That's right. And Nia Mackin from Great Britain making her way, dropping into the wave.
So Neve putting down, I believe, a solid ride score in her first ride of 56.67 points, and she's going to be wanting to at least match that as she goes to start things off with a nice big aerial roundhouse, taking her time as she looks for the next pass here, spinning it around into that danger spot, bringing it back, maybe pulling a shove it out of that, going to set up one of those back tricks. She's going to want to try and get herself high up the pile to be in that safe spot so that she doesn't get flushed off the wave. Look at her ponytail
I know.
just bouncing around there.
I was just thinking that.
Going for a beautiful back roundhouse, getting some air on that trick. Again, racking up those bonuses is very important in a ride where it can come down to, a round where it can come down to just like 1 or 2 points that make the difference in the cut. Great roundhouse, going back for the blunt, trying for the blunt McNasty on the buzzer, and unfortunately not pulling it off this ride, but I will be cheering very loudly if she can get that later on.
Yeah, and that's why these athletes are going for those bonuses, because that can make the difference with making it into the next round. That's why they're trying for the big air or the clean or the huge.
That's right. Yesterday in the men's preliminary round, Eric Jackson finishing in 21st place, just missing the cut by under 2 points.
I know.
Ugh, it's close. It's tight.
Yep.
So yeah, it's 3 rides, 2 count, best 2 scores combined.
Here we have Sophie Gilfillan from Canada carrying out.
So Sophie, looks like she missed her first pass or where she wanted to be on the wave there, but still catching that wave, dropping right into it. One of those big air blunts, showing her expertise. This girl also having run the Little White Salmon, having run some of those big rivers on the like the Kern out in California. She has been creaking in her creek boat, competing for the slalom team. Oh my God, maybe getting a back Pan Am. Great effort from Sophie. Strong paddling right there.
Very strong paddling.
Yeah.
And what I appreciate about freestyle kayaking is that it's high fun, low consequence. You get into more river running. It's fun. It's type 2 fun sometimes.
It's definitely type 2 fun
and
sometimes.
It's higher consequence, but and combining the two as a paddler can really enhance your skills. And knowing how to paddle in a hole helps you in river running.
Oh my God, there's nothing like getting your roll solid, your edging solid. The skills that you build in freestyle are absolutely transferable to every other aspect of the sport. But we've got hometown hero McKinley Kate Hargrove dropping in for her ride, starting things off with an air blunt to the right. Maybe a little bit low on that. We'll see if the judges do it. They did like that trick, getting for an air blunt or a roundhouse in the other direction, trying right for that back roundhouse, just getting lucky on that bubble there as she catches the pass. I'm going to thank her Dreamboats Carbon Kayak for that one, made here in Columbus by Stephen Wright. Repeating that trick as she goes to get the roundhouse, and unfortunately flushing off and still claiming it. So again, McKinley Kate currently sitting in a qualified position on her 1 ride score alone. I think that she will be safely through to the next round, but I know that she wants to take the top spot. So right now our top finishers, with 1 more ride to go here in our women's kayak junior preliminary heat, we've got Sophie out of Canada, Eleanor of the United States, followed by Neve of Great Britain, and then McKinley Kate, and then Chloe Spears. So those top 5 paddlers are, I'm going to say, safe. They are qualified.
Yeah, I would say that's safe to say.
And then we've still got Sienna Edwards, Holly Ogilvie, Isabella Wormall, Sonia Hacker, and Jessie Stibbe to go still in this heat. And so we're going to see, can they break their way into that top 10?
And they still can. If they come out and score a big ride on their last ride, the game's not over yet.
That's right. And you need to have scored points to be eligible. So if you get zeros, unfortunately, you get zeros. All right, but right now, Holly Ogilvie, ride number 3. She looks to break her way into one of those top 10 spots. She's catching the wave. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you can just see that little bit of pressure, that little bit of tension, and just unfortunately, that is Holly's 3rd ride.
Yeah, and paddlers who are out here paddling a lot, when you're relaxed in training, you can sometimes throw some big tricks, and then the pressure of competition has you kind of or at least for me, seize up, and when you're not relaxed, it's harder to throw those big tricks.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Your edges get all stiff, you fall over, you know, loose hips. But here we go. We've got Sonia of Germany, excuse me. I was about to say Spain, and I knew it was wrong. So Sonia catching the wave, trick number 1, taking her time as she looks to set up for her first trick. Oh my gosh, unfortunately just surfing right up to the shoulder of the wave and off of the wave there.
Yeah, those shoulders, that's where you can get big bounces, but they are also the danger zone. So it can be challenging to surf out wanting to use them, but if you're not in the right spot or you go too far, they can kick you right out of the wave.
That's right, and Sienna Edwards knows that well, scoring 35 points in her first ride, unfortunately missing the wave on her last ride. She's going to be looking for that spin to the right. I think she got air on that spin. That was wild.
It looked good.
Going for the spin the other direction, surfing around that extra small Gigi Pro helixer like a champ. I love her pretty in pink mentality with those flowers on there. You can see she's really looking for that pass as she tries to set up for the roundhouse. Not quite getting the edge on that, but we'll see what the judges say. Oh my gosh, maybe getting a back blunt out of that bounce. That was a fantastic boat control there as she goes for the roundhouse the other direction. So there is currently a little Q next to Sienna's name on my live results. So she's going to be watching closely to see if any of the next paddlers are going to be knocking her out of one of those spots. Paddlers like Izzy Wormall out of Great Britain. It's hard when you want to cheer for your teammates, but you also know they can knock you out of a competition.
Right? That is the challenge.
Yeah. So
Izzy coming in, dropping into the wave, solidly catching it, looking immediately, setting herself up, looking for a back trick.
Yeah, so Izzy, you can see she could be spinning it around here, but she knows that she wants more than 10 points and she wants to maximize her time.
Goes.
Oh my gosh, trying for the back Pan Am. Just catching that edge and flushing off on that green shoulder. It's such a gamble. Do you go for the small tricks with lots of points? Or...
Right. And every paddler, every competitor has a different strategy. And you leave it all out there on the wave.
You do, you know? And sometimes you have a strategy and you get on the water and you're like, that wasn't my plan. What just happened?
Right. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. It's all part of the game.
It's true. So Jessie Stibbe out of Canada, working for Wilderness Tours up on the Ottawa River here, wagering in the evening so she can paddle during the day, looking to score some points here on her third and final ride. So she unfortunately just bounces into that spin, and I think that is going to be ride number 3 for Jessie at her first World Championship.
Yeah, this spin, as you said, has to be fluid all the way around. And when you start traveling across the wave in your spin, it can be challenging. It can just spin you right off. It's important to stay in one spot as much as you can.
But Jessie living in one of the best places in the world to get better at freestyle kayaking,
right.
So I have no doubt we'll see her back here. But right now, Columbus local, Chloe Spears with a huge air blunt, maybe a roundhouse, on her first pass there in that shiny apex rebound. This young girl, you know, her mom kayaks, her stepdad kayaks, they are out here on the water. They are out there in the stands cheering her on. She just has the biggest smile on her face every time she goes kayaking. And, you know, even last year she was scared of good wave. And so just to see her confidence have come so far in just 1 year's time is, I think, just really incredible. And I think that she is through to the next round, and that is what's important.
Yes. Looks like she's solidly through to the next round.
Yeah.
And results are important. We have goals, we have ambitions, and again, there's a lot of years and experience. This is racking up experience and confidence to bring into the next one.
Right? Every day in your boat counts.
And it's fun. Let's not forget.
It's super fun. And it's fun to be out here in this environment, music playing, announcers in the venue. There's a grandstand, there's a giant screen, and there's people shouting and cheering you on. These paddlers probably all have earplugs in so they can't hear it, but we know they're there.
Shout out to all the parents and families
oh my gosh,
who are supporting these young women.
Absolutely. So next up, Eleanor Knight out of Seattle, Washington, a really well-rounded young paddler looking to make her way into one of these top 3 positions. I think she's already qualified, but she wants to sit as high as she can going into that semifinal round.
Well, when you're qualified, that's when you start experimenting, right? It almost becomes a training run for the next round.
That's right. You know, semifinals is 2 rides, 1 count. And so she's going to be looking to see, hey, what are my best tricks here? What am I going to dial in? Starting things off with a shove it. Not quite getting the points on the board for that trick. Oh, surfing up nice and high, showing that skill and control as she drops right in for that roundhouse. Can she back it up
Back
to
it
stay
up.
on the wave? And unfortunately, that will be ride number 3 for Eleanor. But still, she is comfortably qualified through to the next round.
Yeah.
We only have a few more paddlers to go here. Our final 3 junior women's paddlers in this preliminary round. After these 3 women go, there'll be a short break, and then we're going to have our junior men, one of always the most exciting categories to watch, I think. But right now, it is Neve Mackin of Great Britain waiting for the thumbs up from head judge Paul Shepard.
And it looks like Neve is also comfortably qualified at this point. So she can take this ride to show us what she can do.
I know, she was looking for that blunt McNasty in the last time, going for a nice air roundhouse. Oh my God, you can see as she tries to get the bow down, I think, for that link to that next trick. So spinning it around, going for a little back roundhouse there. Nice boat control here. She goes for a back blunt the other direction. You can see that boat coming to that vertical position. Surfing it. Back tricks actually worth more than front tricks because they're terrifying to initiate on a wave like this one. That's why you're seeing a lot of paddlers spinning into them rather than setting up, sitting backwards, going for that roundhouse again, maybe getting that blunt, definitely getting air on that trick. I think she really wants that blunt McNasty, and I'm going for the back Pan Am and retaining the wave. I don't know if that was clear of the foam, but I mean, just what.
But it was fun to watch.
It was
regardless.
so fun to watch.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, what a great trick. So much commitment to that throw.
Definitely, and that's what it takes, right? That commitment.
You do, you've just gotta huck it sometimes. Yeah, I once asked Dane Jackson for kayaking advice and he told me, talk less, kayak more. I was like, all right, thanks.
Well, yeah.
to paraphrase Hamilton, but you know. It's good advice. It's good advice.
It is good advice. I would say also get out of your own head and kayak more.
Yeah, just kayak more.
Just kayak more.
But someone who's definitely taken that advice to heart, Sophie Gilfillan out of Canada, hailing from the Beachburg region, or the Whitewater region of Ontario up on the Ottawa River, a Canadian team slalom paddler, a talented creeker, a current Canadian junior champion, I believe. So starting it off with a beautiful air blunt. Points on the board, looking really confident in that carbon kayak. Sophie, one of those athletes that's, I think, had to really face a journey in terms of finding her joy in competition, and I've seen her really working at figuring out how to have fun in kayaking no matter what happens on the day, and she's just, I think, come a long way even in the last year or two. So that was a beautiful back roundhouse there, maybe even a back blunt with air. Roundhouse to the right, maybe not quite setting her stern down all the way, but starting to really work the wave and show off her skills here. I think she's going to be wanting to go for one of those bigger tricks, going for that Pan Am or maybe a donkey flip. Can she stay on the wave? And unfortunately not, but fantastic ride from Sophie.
Yes, and the crowd went wild with that donkey flip attempt. And she was sitting in first place. Right now we'll see what happens.
One paddler left that can knock her off of that top-seeded position going into the semifinals, and that is McKinley Kate Hargrove. I watched this young woman put down 300, 400, 500 point rides, and so we know that she can definitely do it in one ride score. McKinley Kate growing up just in Phoenix City, learning to kayak here on the Chattahoochee River. Good Wave, one of her all-time favorite features, and showing that even the locals can sometimes still have a miss. But McKinley Kate sitting pretty in that number 2 position. She is qualified through to the semifinals. So that concludes our junior women's preliminary rounds here. Here you can see our finalists or competitors going through the next round right on your screen. Sophie Gilfillan out of Canada, McKinley Kate Hargrove of the USA, Chloe Spears of the US, Neve Mackin of Great Britain, and Eleanor Knight, followed by Sienna Edwards and Holly Ogilvie. So it looks like, they're only taking 5, 6, 7 paddlers to that next round. Right. So that was a tough cut for these young women, and they did some fantastic paddling. I know it's only the start of what's to come. So I'm Anna Bruno.
I'm Anna Levesque.
It's been great to have you join us here. Next up, we will be having a short break, followed by the junior men's preliminary round. We have 3 heats. First up will be Philip Laniel of Canada, followed by Timmy Hill of Great Britain, Justin MacArthur of Canada, Oriol from Spain, Gabriel Rodriguez of Australia, Isaac Sanderson of New Zealand, Tim Reese of Germany, and Rory Kearney of Ireland. So we're taking just a short break, and we'll be back shortly. Thanks so much.
All right, you just saw the conclusion of the junior women's preliminaries. 3 rides, 2 rides count. Going right into semifinals there. We will bring that action to you here in a bit, but coming up, we are going to see the junior men's category. Junior men's categories will have 3 heats of men. First heat has 8 paddlers, then 6. And I can't get the paper up, so I can't see the third heat. Just a moment. And then, excuse me, a heat of 8, a heat of 9, and a heat of 9 for the junior men's. We're going to bring that to you here shortly. I am joined by Mathieu of France. Mathieu, how are you today?
I am great. This is going to be another epic day here in Columbus, Georgia. We are so excited of what we just saw. Junior women absolutely crushing it. We saw all kinds of tricks. Young ladies taking a huge amount of air and spinning around all kinds of ways. And now we are about to welcome the junior men. There are some outstanding paddlers in the junior men category. One of them that I'm really looking forward to watch is Tim Rees out of Germany, current world champion. And I'm going to tell you, Hojo, an outstanding young man on and off the water.
That's right. We've seen a lot of paddlers who have been coached by Bartosz perform very well in these games and in other events all over the world. Tim is one of them. In this heat, we're going to have Philip from Canada. He is coming to you from all the way up north, men's juniors. And moving on to him, we're going to be Timmy Hill from Great Britain. Now, Timmy was at the Nottingham Worlds last year. He did really well. He previous World Championships, he did 18th. He expects to do a lot better here as well, training on this wave. We're going to see Justin MacArthur. Justin coming out of Canada. You know, a lot of big wave paddlers there in Canada.
These young men are competing on the same feature as the senior men, and this feature specifically, as you can see on the video right now, is a fairly large wave with a lot of speed and power, and it's going to make the task real hard for the junior men. I think experience is very helpful in this kind of feature. It's easy to flush. You can't go back up into the wave within your 45 seconds ride, and so it's fairly intimidating to only have 45 seconds to show what you've got. And so these young men are they have a big challenge in front of them, and they are getting ready to take it on.
That's right. We have Uriel from Salt, Spain. This is his first Worlds, first time traveling to the United States. Have several of these juniors that do that. We have Gabriel Rodriguez of Australia, one of the Australian juniors. These young guys coming in, and again, first time making it to the World Championships, supporting his team. We're going to see Isaac Sanderson of New Zealand all the way down there next to Australia. Also his first Worlds. He's going to represent New Zealand. And we're going to go on to, looks like Isla. I think I got the wrong name in my thing. 160, Tim Rees. We already talked about Tim Rees. I got the wrong bib there. So Tim Rees from Germany, reigning world champion. For the juniors. This might be his last junior. I think he's got one more after this, actually. I think he has one more junior championship. So we could see the potential for one here and one again.
I don't know, Hojo, but I will tell you, I'm not looking forward to compete against him.
No, keep him in the juniors as long as possible. Rounding out the heat, Rory from Ireland. He was 9th last year at Nottingham. He is the European Open champ in junior class. And so we're going to have a pretty good class here. We have 3 heats. They are all seeded by how they did last year in the World Cup competition. So if they did well in World Cup, if they came all the way to the U.S., they're seeded lower. So in the 3rd heat, we'll see some of the U.S. juniors, some of the Great Britain juniors who came here last year. In this class, very few of these individuals have ever traveled to the U.S., let alone competed here. So this is their first time on this big wave in Columbus, Georgia.
And what's super interesting is the last World Championships were last year, but they were in a hole, and now we're in a wave. We'll see who dominates in a wave.
All right.
Philip's up.
Philip from Canada. already establishing nicely on the wave. This is a tricky feature. We've seen seniors not catch the wave as he goes to that nice blunt to the right, putting the air into the boat.
You are seeing the whole extent of the knowledge there is in Canada for surfing waves. He's very stable. He's not moving left and right much, and he has an excellent boat control.
Dad Bernard.
He's smart too. Every point will count. He's got a blunt on each side, and he's scoring the spins as well. Don't overlook the spins. They might be just what you need to get above everybody else who also does 2 blunts, let's say.
That's right. Dad Bernard and Mom Joanne
that
watching
was a Pan Am.
from home as he flushes on that Pan Am.
The Pan Am is an inverted blunt, and it's hard to land it clean. That's what we just saw. You land at an angle because you got to go over vert, and when you land at an angle, the hull of your kayak might be catching that current and flush you out the wave. I'm trying not to be too technical here, but I'm happy to bring a couple of technical elements if that helps.
That's right. All right. We're going to move on now to Timmy Hill of Great Britain. Again, represented his nation last year in juniors, coming out here for another junior championships. I'm not entirely sure if this is his last year, but I suspect he might have some more
that little
junior.
paddle twirl before heading into the wave? This guy is going to represent Team GB. He's going to represent hard. Timmy Hill in the wave. 40 seconds left. He's taking his time to set up his first trick. He's doing it smart. That's a big air screw right there. Beautiful. Landed it, stayed in the wave, looking for his next trick. See what he's got. It's super hard to get back up to the top of the wave. That's what he's trying to do right now. And here's got a pass.
Oh, look at that bubble. He is up there. Can he get back across?
That was so close to getting back. So he did the air screw, same direction, I think. I believe that you can score. If you do two air screws on the same side, you actually get scored an air screw and a donkey flip, and I think that's what he was trying to do there.
They do have that option to score it like that. He got the full points for that first air screw. He's going to come back, put more points on the board. This is standard prelims format. They will get 3 rides. The best 2 rides are added together to make their score, and they will take 10 paddlers out of this round, these preliminary rounds, and go into semifinals.
Next up is Justin MacArthur.
Yep, Justin coming out of Wakefield, Quebec. Again, one of these Quebecois, big wave paddlers. They have such monster waves up there in Canada, so he should, like the first Canadian, come in, establish himself, and show some expertise on a wave.
And he's a video boater in the summer for Wilderness Tours, so he probably spends hours in his boat every day. And, you know, he, on the side, since he's got to follow the rafts with his camera, he also paddles those rapids every day, getting a lot of experience on big water.
That's right. So they're still settling a score, maybe? There we go. Scores have come in, I'm quite sure, as we move forward now into this
Justin about to hit the wave. The time starts when he hits the wave, which he just did, starting with a little blunt attempt on the left, going to the other side now. Maybe missing a little bit of verticality, and as well as just finishing his rotation. That's why his score is still at 0. I hope he noticed that and goes for it again.
And they can see their score and the timer from the side, so if you ever see them...
Beautiful air screw attempt. We'll see if they score this.
Yeah, if you ever see them look quickly to the right, they're right. They're looking at that scoreboard. So there we go, air screws coming up. They might have given him a donkey flip based on the score there as he's backing it up for a back blunt.
That was a little bit underwater. So when you see odd numbers for the score, that probably means that 1 or 2 judges out of the 3 counted a trick. And when they do the average of the 3 judges, it ends up with some odd numbers.
Decimals, that's correct. All right, we got some scores. Timmy Hill, 236. Philip from Canada, 235. So we got just barely a point separating these gentlemen right now as we move on. Justin's score coming in at 90 points. And into Spain.
Oriol is next from Spain. Reminds me of Oriol Colome, who was a European champion back then, from Spain as well.
Look at that, getting tumbled, staying on that wave.
You know, that's amazing how he stayed in the wave there. And he keeps scoring points, and He is very active in the wave. He is looking for his chance to score big. That's really nicely done right there. He needs a little bit more verticality to score higher, more rewarding tricks, but he's doing really well just positioning his boat and rolling quickly to stay in the wave and just looking for his shot, really.
Now, a lot of these paddlers will use this first ride, try to be a little conservative and feel it out, right?
He will not flush. This guy is staying in the wave for the 45 seconds. That's sweet. That's really hard to do.
That's a full ride. So a lot of these paddlers will take this first ride, maybe be a little more conservative, put some points down, and maybe progressively get better. Other riders will come out here and try to throw the biggest thing they possibly can straight away and hope they stick it, hope they get big points right off the bat.
That's right.
All right.
Gabriel's up. He is from Australia, all the way from Australia.
That's right.
Have a strong team this
Father
year.
Daniel and Mother Kim should be watching if they're not already here, probably here. Oh, look at that clean spin to the right. Clean is when they get that paddle out of the water. Either part or all of the initiation has to happen without the paddle. That's an extra 10 points if they give him the clean bonus.
That's right.
Oh, and gets over into the tractor beam. That's a tough spot to be, but he has 2 more rides to come back and put more points down, as we saw about 10, maybe 20 points for him.
It's worth noting that the wave might look straight when you're looking at it on your screen, but actually it is a little bit diagonal, and so it's hard to not get pushed to that far left corner, and you always have to push back to the right between your tricks to reposition yourself.
All right, Gabriel, 35 points, a spin and a roundhouse. It was go to Isaac from New Zealand.
From New Zealand, our Kiwi friends. Always awesome to see the Kiwis out there. They are a big part of our paddling community. Looking for his shot, looking for his pass, positioning himself. That's a nice one.
So Matthew, what's a pass? When we talk about a pass, can you describe that real quick?
For sure. So basically, you need speed to execute your trick, and if you're just surfing at the bottom of the wave, you don't really get that speed that you're looking for. So what you're trying to do is to get up closer to the top of the wave and charge down to the bottom to create that speed and get a big bounce out of it.
That's
what we call a pass. From the top of the wave down to the bottom, hit the green water and jump.
All right, here's your current reigning world champion,
Tim Rees. I was talking about him earlier. I'm super impressed with him. Boom, look at this. Big air screw, big Pan Am, into back Pan Am. I'm telling you, this guy is here to take the gold home.
Oh my goodness. Now, they might count that, they might not, because he flushed. They've got to get down established for that huge, I think it might have been a clean bonus too on that.
Yeah.
Putting some serious points on. Let me tell you a little bit about the points here. What the difference between wave versus hull. Tim's rides in Nottingham were 1,300 points, 400 and 600 in that order. He threw a 1,300 point ride. These points here are going to be a little bit less for these juniors, even though they're going to be rather large for any given paddler. So we're going to wait to see his score come in, but his score is looking right now easily in the 300 point range, if not 400.
I think that Tim would have done really well in the senior category.
And look at that, 500 and 13 points.
That's more than you needed per ride to make it through prelims in the senior category.
He's coming for you.
Rory is next from Ireland. The Irish team always a big team you can count on at Worlds. He's getting tumbled 3 times in a row, stays in the wave, and you see he got pushed to the left. That's what I was referring to earlier. The wave is a little bit sideways. So what he does, he's smart. After getting tumbled all the way back there, he comes back to the surfer's right. Positions himself, nice. That was a good attempt of a aerial backstab or back blunt.
That's right.
It might not count because he flushed on it, but we appreciated the energy that Rory has put out there during his ride. That was really, you could tell he's hungry for something to happen there.
So 5 points for Rory. This is the end of the first rides. They get 2 more rides in this heat, as we see right back to the top to Philip of Canada.
Philip of Canada. He started with a 235 on his first ride, and he will be looking to improve that. So, reminder, they have 3 rides and the 2 best count. So his 235 is done. It's in the pocket, and now he's gonna add
just about 50 points.
Maybe 50, a little bit more. And we don't know yet what it will take to make it to top 10 and advance to semifinal.
Well, right now, the top paddler in this heat, who is definitely of the caliber of the next heats, never came to World Cup, so didn't get qualified, but the top paddler is holding down a pretty big score as we see Timmy of the UK right now sitting in
Hill.
3rd place.
He is fired up. He's got that air screw dialed. Super impressive. It's one of the highest scoring trick because it's one of the hardest, and he is doing it twice, and that is his opening trick. So, you know, he's fairly confident in it, and for a reason, because he controls it really well.
That's right. Normally a hole boater, this guy has definitely put in the work to get these big wave tricks underneath him. I suspect he may have spent some time up in Canada as well.
Wow.
That was the biggest Pan Am we've seen out of the junior class so far.
Back Pan Am, super impressive. Took a ton of air, and his rotation was rad. That was cool.
Just extraordinary. Timmy Hill putting down some big points there on his second ride. He'll get another one to come in. Put some big points.
I can't wait to see him back in the wave. That was cool.
All right, next up, Justin from Canada. Justin currently sitting in the 4th place spot with 90 points. He's going to want to boost that up as he sees these 500s and 200s above him. We're still waiting for Timmy's score to come in as they settle this. There's still many men to go. They are taking 10. So out of this class of roughly 27 paddlers or something like that, a third of them will go on. All right, here we go.
Justin from Canada is next.
Timmy's score rolls in, 410 points, putting him at the 1st place spot.
410. Awesome. Justin, first ride was a 90 points, and you see there's no odd numbers there because what he did it well, and every judge scored it.
All right, Justin getting across that scary ferry, establishing nicely again, showing this command of waves that these Canadians show so much expertise in.
Yeah, they have a ton of big waves, including on the Ottawa where he works and potentially lives. There is just an absolute fertile
veritable
ground for amazing paddlers there through the generations. There's always been amazing paddlers coming out of the Ottawa River while Wilderness Tours operate. And
all right, he's got a few seconds left. 45 seconds in this format. Looking for that air screw. Still retaining. Got a second left to throw something. Just does not get anything off. You've got to get to that pass, and if you're not on it, you've got to waste a few seconds, and he will come back for his 3rd ride. Right now, sitting with 90 points. They'll add to whatever he's got in this round, and he'll have one more ride. Looks like they gave him just about 176 points, keeping him in 4th place there as we move to Uriel from Spain. A lot of Spanish paddlers out of that salt region.
I will take a bet and say that it will take 275 points to make it to semifinal in the junior category. Okay, I'm taking that bet.
All right, 275. That's the marker you're putting down. I'm going to put down 300.
300.
I'm giving these guys higher marks. Spinning around to the
That's a
right.
good spin.
A little bit of a rescue cartwheel there.
Oriol from Spain. Catalunya, I believe.
Backing it up, probably looking for a back roundhouse. Maybe he'll come around and do that flashback where they spin into the back roundhouse. A little bit of a right roundhouse there.
Yeah,
that
he
looked pretty
took
good.
some speed and rotated around his bow, which I would score. Oh, that was almost a lunar orbit. I don't think he tried that, but you know, if it goes, it goes.
That's right. We're not going to see too many of those in this competition. That's more of a hole move. So we see there's a lot of hole moves you won't see here. There's a lot of wave moves you don't see on a hole. We're going to go right now to Gabriel. Gabriel representing Australia. The Australia, they're the 7 White Stars.
Starting off a 35 points ride. If we follow my logic and you need 275 to make it, he needs a 240 points ride this time around to make it. We will see if he can get. Whoa, that was a lot of air under the boat there.
That should be very much a 25-point roundhouse if they put that up. The extra 10 points for the air. And you can see a couple of judges did give him the air bonus.
That's right.
Still hunting around. You know, Australia isn't known for being a big whitewater mecca, but they certainly turn out wonderful paddlers. They have a history of lots of good paddlers. Jez. Now they claim Claire O'Hara in the women's, although she did come from the UK, lives down there now.
Scott and Gabrielle's from Penrith, which is where World Championships happened, I believe, in 2006. And, you know, they have a long tradition of boating there.
A little bit of a shove it there right on the buzzer as Gabrielle takes his second ride, puts that in the books. He will add that together. We're going to move right along to Isaac from New Zealand, just the neighboring country down in that region of the world. We've got a lot of big water New Zealand paddlers out there in the world.
Isaac from New Zealand with a first ride of only 25 points, but he's going to be looking to improve that. Again, a really challenging wave, and I hope all the junior men and women know that you either win or you learn. And there is no bad rides in this wave. Such a challenging feature. Just get out there, try your best, and win or
catches
learn.
His bow. Can he roll back out of it? He cannot. He still has one more ride, though, as Isaac has 25 points in his first ride, showing about 15 there. And we will move on again. You know, the native name for New Zealand, Land of the Long White Cloud. And they have such beautiful mountains up there and can produce some of the best whitewater in the world.
Absolutely, and another country that produces amazing kayakers. Now Tim Rees, current world champion, goes in there. The top spot was just taken by Timmy Hill from Great Britain, but that was with 2 rides. Tim Rees only has 1 on the scorebook yet. He's going to be looking to take that top spot back. That's where he belongs. He wants to prove it.
Big Pan Am, maybe getting a huge modifier on that. Those were 2 big moves. As he's going in for the clean, he's just working this left Pan Am, left blunt, trying to get the clean, working it really, really well.
He is amazingly skilled and also really smart in his paddling. He knows how to take a chance, how to take a risk, and he knows how to stay in the wave and go from one trick to the next.
So that was a helix attempt. If they score that, a helix on the score sheet without any modifiers, 150 points. And he's pushing him up 650. He went from 600, 650. He is really throwing down the gauntlet for this junior class 1 and showing the senior class what they have to look forward to.
I think he's north of 1,000 already, and so that would have put him in the probably 11th or 12th spot in the senior category. Whoa. And next we have Rory Kearney out of Ireland. He had a bit of a rough start with his first ride, but we know he's got more to show than what he did during his first ride.
Wow, extraordinary. And the crazy part is, you know, he's sitting in this first heat because of the seeding. He definitely, had he been here last year, this guy would have been probably the last to go in the last of the juniors, showing how much skill he's got. But we do have some wonderful juniors yet to come from all over the world. So we just have to sit and wait as they settle this score. The longer it takes, the more there's getting. Here we go. Score should come in 613 points, bested it by 100 points.
Rory is hitting the wave. Time has started, and he's looking for his position. Get the pass right. Unfortunately, his bow got caught in the green water, and he flushed. That green water in front of the wave, which is what you want to use to get a bounce and jump up in the air and do a trick. That green water in this wave is moving and very dynamic, so you constantly have to adapt. Very hard for these young paddlers who are participating in the World Championships and having to deal with this challenging feature.
All right, back up to the top as Philip takes a quick ride. He's going to have to stick with 2:35 and 58 for his score. And we wish him all the best as he goes forward. He's currently sitting in his qualifying spot.
2:35.
With your numbers, he should be qualified. We'll have to see, wait and see.
2:93.
2:93, that's correct.
2:93 for Philip.
But next up, going to move into Timmy Hill of the UK. Timmy's battling it out with Tim Reese.
Yeah, Tim Reese he's got some competition here with Timmy Hill, and Timmy is doesn't look intimidated out there.
Not at all.
He is just having a ball, and he is throwing down. That was a great air screw attempt. It might count as a donkey flip, which I think it did. That's why we see at 90 points. Unfortunately, probably just got a little bit ahead of himself there, and he knew he needed to throw down to catch up with Tim Reese, and didn't put it together. But it's just prelims. The main goal here is to make it to top 10, which Timmy most likely did.
That's right. So a donkey flip and an air screw are essentially the same move rotation, where you basically do a barrel roll around the long axis of the boat. The air screw requires you to be aerial for a much more of the rotation, and it's 140 points versus 90.
Justin is at 266 right now. If we follow my logic and the 275 cut, 275 points needed to advance, he is just behind that, and he wants to make it to semifinal. We'll see how he plans on achieving that. He started with a good blunt attempt. Might end up being a roundhouse because it was a little bit flatter than you want it to be. Still scores points though, and so he is definitely still in the race. Going for a shove it. I think he might not have gone all the way to a back serve. That was a huge air screw.
Beautiful.
I hope the judges appreciated that.
Right into the Pan Am.
Fully committed. He is fired up.
He was happy about that. Now this is going to be where the flush rule comes into effect. It looked to me like he landed that Pan Am, landed it clean, and then came up underneath the foam pile and flushed. So whether they give it to him or not is dependent on the flush rules. I'd give it to him. I thought he landed it clearly in a spot where the water carried him out and not any sort of thing to do with the way he landed in the move. So
that's right, Hojo, and that's why you and I are announcers and not judges.
Oh, no.
Honestly, if it was just up to us, we would give all these tricks to these guys because they are just doing so great out there. I don't want to be the guy taking it away from them.
That's right. All right, moving on forward. We've got Oriol from Spain. Wonderful paddlers out of Spain. A lot of white water there in the Pyrenees.
Huge culture of kayaking over there.
Big air screw. Look at that. Retains.
Boom.
Looking for that round out. Looking for a blunt there. Probably a roundhouse. Got to the back surf. Can bring it back around.
He's a little bit too far left to my taste. There you go. He comes back to the right. I like it. Oriol is paddling smart out there, and he is throwing down 70 points. Oh, that was a helix attempt, and might end up being rewarded by a flip turn, which is a little bit less rotation than the helix, but still a pretty high scoring ride. And he tries again. He wants that helix.
A few seconds left. Can he bring it to the bear? Oh,
nice.
There we go.
Work, Oriol.
He's pretty happy. 113 points showing. That's far better than his 35 and 21. So he got a ride, I think, that he had planned out and executed it accordingly.
He seems happy with it, and I think he's right to be.
That's right. Next up, Gabriel. Gabriel coming to us from Australia. We've got the Australia-New Zealand combo coming up here. Gabriel.
Aussie friend. Love the Aussies.
That's right.
Great community.
He actually practices at that Penrith Whitewater Stadium. This is 15 minutes from his house, and the closest natural training hole or way for this guy, 9 hours away.
My goodness. Penrith is where the Olympic Games of Sydney were held for the kayaking event, and we also had World Championships there for freestyle a few years after. Gabriel Rodriguez from Australia. I'm sure that his whole family and friends are on the edge of their seats back home. Oh, no! He got pushed to that far left pocket there and unfortunately flushed.
Big air blunt there, though. Looking so nice to start out. We'll have to wait and see. Gabriel coming all the way to the U.S. as we look now to Isaac from New Zealand. Big shout out to Courtney, who might have been one of the people talking next to me, Matthew, but she couldn't make it.
Courtney, we miss you.
Okay, Isaac coming down here, establishing right now, sitting with 38 points. He's going to want a lot more than that because he knows what's coming up ahead of him.
Boom.
There's a nice blunt, putting air under, but unfortunately catching that right curler, and that will be it for Isaac.
Yeah, so this wave is very tricky, and for multiple reasons. And you saw what he did there. He was a little bit too far on the surfer's right. Very unstable shoulder. It looks like an awesome shoulder to go and throw tricks on, but it's actually moving a lot, very unstable, so you don't really want to be there. That's what happened to him. It was too far right. And if you go too far left, we've seen it a couple times, you
That's
also
right.
flush. So you really have this tight little window in the middle to throw it all from, and that's what Tim Rees about to do, because he knows, and he knows how to do it.
Yeah, Tim's scores right now, 5-13 and 6-13. This guy can throw big. He knows exactly how to set down big scores on this wave.
And he's already first, so, you know, he's just kind of celebrating his success in the prelims right now, and he's going to try to do something cool for the show. He already knows that he's going to move on into the semifinal. He's relaxed, and he is showing us what he can do.
Goodness, that Pan Am, he is getting the huge bonuses for sure. Getting the back blunt there. Air all underneath all of these moves. Oh, going for the helix. That was a sub out, but man, this guy is going to bring it to the semifinals for sure. I have all the confidence he's moving on, but we still have plenty more paddlers to go. Okay, next up is going to be Rory.
Rory from Ireland. We love the Irish team. They're always a pleasure to be around, pleasure to kayak with.
The perennial father there of Tom Dunphy, showed up to all these events.
Tom's always present, and David McClure is one of the top paddlers in the senior category. Just a lot of talent and a lot of excitement in the community there around freestyle, which is great to see.
All right, here we go. Rory coming out. Right now sitting in the 8th place spot, 5 points. He's going to want to put some points down here right off the bat with a big air blunt.
Rory, that's what you were looking for since the beginning. I'm glad you got it.
Oh, no. And catches that edge.
So what happened there is he was trying to push on his right edge, and instead of having a right angle, he had a left angle, and his edge got caught a little bit in the green water. All
right, well, we got our first round done here. We're going to take it to you in the second heat here momentarily. I'm going to turn the microphone over to the venerable Zachary Zwanenberg of Canada. Met two there are the results. What do you think?
First heat, Tim Rees takes it. Timmy Hill coming up in second. Philippe Laniel is third with almost 300 points. Justin MacArthur is fourth with 281. Oriol from Spain is fifth with 150 points almost. And Rory from Ireland is sixth. Gabriel Rodriguez seventh. And Isaac Sanderson from New Zealand is eighth. So here is our temporary rankings after the first heat. We are looking forward for the second heat. I remind everybody that we are lining up our competitors in a reverse order of their result at World Cup here in Columbus last year. So technically the second heat should be with higher scores than the first heat. Now that being said, who is going to go and get Tim Rees at the top spot with almost 1,200 points in 2 rides? Zach?
All right, well, next up in heat number 2 of these junior men's preliminary heats, we're going to be kicking it off here with Urko of Spain, Dan of Ireland, Leon of Germany, Joels of Great Britain, Neil Garcia of Spain, Noam of France, Joshua Mendez of Canada, Justin of Germany, and Sam of Great Britain. And as we just mentioned, this is in reverse seed placement. So according to that, we should be seeing higher points, bigger moves, paddlers just going overall bigger as the heats move forward. However, remember, there are many who did not. Yeah. However, there are many who did not participate last year, correct? So how do they get seeded in?
That's right. So then, you know, they're just gonna, if they were not here last year, they will just be in one of the first heats, and then we just move up the rankings from there. We're excited for the second heat. There is going to be a lot of talent on display there. And first one to go is going to be Urko from Spain. As you can see, a lot of Spanish paddlers out there. The reason is simple. Spanish people are good at kayaking.
It's true. We've seen them we've seen them paddling for so many years. They've always been one of the dominant teams out there at the world competitions. Along with a few others, you got a very popular one such as, well, the United States has always been a big contender, but Spain, they've got a lot of attitude on the feature. They've got a lot of style when they throw down on these waves. So I'm excited to see what this first paddler has in stock for us.
And it's pretty cool to see the feature of Worlds this year being a big wave like this, because it also shows that some of the countries that are not necessarily as performant in hull boating all of a sudden shine this year. And Zach, I'm talking about Canada here.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a pretty evident one. Canada is known for its big waves all year round. You got the Ottawa River, Lachine Rapids, all the way out west. You got Skookumchuck. It's wave heaven essentially, 24/7 all year round. So it's really interesting to see these new skills, these new paddlers too, because a lot of the paddlers on the Canadian team are not paddlers you normally see on the Canadian team in a more hull boating scene.
That's
but you're
right.
Really showing their skill show here.
That's right, Zach. And for example, in the UK, there are a lot of smaller hulls and fewer waves, and so Canadians are trying to give a run for their money to the people from the UK.
Yeah, 100%.
It's there. They have a shot this year, and they are going to take it.
Yeah, and we've actually got a couple from the UK and one from Canada in this heat with Jules, Sam, and Joshua of Canada.
Paddlers from Spain are notoriously good in both hulls and waves. They are used to travel to France, and they also have some waves in Spain. So we'll see what Urko has for us there. Urko from Spain, the time will start when he hits the wave. That's right now.
He's starting off with a beautiful left blunt there, maybe a bit of air bonus on top of that.
Yeah, he caught a little bit of a surge as he put his edge in the water, but he kept it under control, which is super impressive.
And there's that blunt the other direction, setting it up backwards for a very smooth backstab.
Snappy, Urko. Wow, that's amazing.
Pulling it around the other direction backwards. We'll see what the judges give for that. Setting up for a huge, potentially back Pan Am.
That's right. He was trying to completely invert underneath his boat to get that Pan Am.
Going for
and
the
that
front.
was a front Pan Am. This, boom, that was a pistol flip. Oh my goodness. You know what Urko's doing? He's telling Team Reese, hey buddy, don't get too comfortable because I'm coming for you.
Yeah, he's come out here and he's shown us what Spain can do on these waves. That was a absolutely stellar first ride for Urko there, coming with starting off with a lot of the blunts, but every single one of them with air, then turning it around, getting both Pan Ams, and then trying to finish it off with a pistol flip.
That was a killer ride.
Yeah.
A ton of competitors in the senior category would have dreamed of a ride going like this for them.
100%. That's something we do actually see fairly often nowadays in the junior category. A lot of the juniors starting to really push the seniors and put some pressure on them as they come up and make the 18.
That's right, and I think that's what Justin's intending to do. Oh, that's Dan, sorry. Dan from Ireland. Dan Clohessy. I hope I'm saying this right.
Looking to set himself up here for something, spinning around backwards, looking for maybe, there looks like a clean backstab. Fortunately getting a bit of a cartwheel out of it and flushing the feature.
That's all right. He's got 2 more rides to score points, and like I said earlier, you win or you learn. He might have learned during this first ride. He's coming back for his second ride in a few minutes here.
And that's what's important. There are more than just one ride. You've got 3 rides, 2 of them count, so there is always one throwaway. Next up here, we've got Leon of Germany looking to put some pressure on his teammate.
Bib number 111, making a statement. Leon starting off with a right air blunt, beautifully executed. Going for a back serve, trying to find a pass to use for his next trick, spinning around. No trick is too small when you have a wave like this where people can flush. You want to score every point you can. Don't overlook the spins.
He's spinning around a bit too far on that surfer's left shoulder. That is a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, that surfer's left shoulder is really tricky to paddle. It makes you feel like you have a good wave under you right there and that you can throw down, and actually you are surfing your way out before you know it.
Yeah, you can be right up on that spot, get a beautiful pass, and you're just honestly a couple centimeters away from being off the feature. Next up here, we got Jules of Great Britain dropping in off of our camera here. I'm sure they will transition to his ride very soon, but the crowd's going insane, so it must be great.
The crowd going. I hope that he was going down, and we're really sorry for the technical difficulty here.
Okay, right now we're basing ourselves off the crowd. Oh, there's back to the wave. I do not see Jules there. Hopefully he had a great great ride. We'll have to wait and see what the score is on that one, unfortunately.
Looking forward to see Jules' score here. That's a 100. No, that was Leon. Jules 126 on his first ride. That's 1 or 2 tricks usually. Congratulations, Jules. We are sorry for Jules' supporters back home who did not get to see him. Nil from Spain. Did he do a combo there?
Yeah, it almost looked like it.
Oh my God. The Spaniards going crazy out there. It's a pleasure to see. Nice work, guys. Wow. Strong team in Spain. Strong team coming from Spain.
Going for a
really
beautiful air screw there. Bringing the boat all the way around, going for the blunt to the left. Now, something you see a lot is they'll often go, it looks like they may be going for the same trick over and over again in one direction. Oh, it looks like he's trying to go for the helix there,
here,
or flip turn. Flushing off that left side. But as I was mentioning, we see a lot, if you see a lot of paddlers go for the same, what looks like to be the same trick, let's say it looks like a repeated blunt, what they often can be trying to do is go for a roundhouse, a blunt, and then they can throw for a Pan Am. Each one of those are separate tricks, just with a different level of verticality to that stern.
That's right. Next up, we have Noam from France. He looks like he's listening to music as he goes into the wave.
Yeah, there's been a couple paddlers that I've seen that seem to like to wear AirPods. I have a pair. I'm not brave enough to wear those on the whole.
Whatever it takes for you to get in the zone.
100%.
See what Noam has for us. Noam from France, paddling is Gigi Prod. That's a brand coming from France. No surprise to see Noam in the Gigi Prod. You see a lot of Gigi Prods, you see a lot of Jackson Kayaks out there. Probably the 2 most popular brands of freestyle kayaks. And
yeah, other brands that you may have seen out there so far, we've got Apex Kayaks, which is a fairly recent company. A few Vidas, not as popular, but they also have a line of freestyle kayaks. And honestly, we've also got some Piranhas and Dagger, which are some of the, these are pretty much wrapper up. There's not too many companies that still produce freestyle kayaks, but those that do all have very unique aspects to each design that that you, as a paddler, you kind of try out and see which one you prefer.
Okay, Noam got the thumbs up from the head judge, and he's heading into the wave. Time starts now for him. He's got 45 seconds to show what he's got. And he is trying to be patient, find the right pass. Boom, big right blunt. That was beautifully executed. No doubt the judges will like this. 80 points. That was an air blunt. Air blunt the other way. His hand is not shaking. He's like, come on, you think I'm scared to be at World Championships? No, 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 bring it on. Noam, nice attitude right there. We're really glad to see you performing well. He's looking for his next trick now, and usually as the ride progresses, you see paddlers going for tricks that are harder and harder because they do their safe moves first. I think he's trying to go for
I think he was looking for a back Pan Am of sorts.
Pan Am or a McNasty there. That was a good start for Noam. So my bet was that you needed 275 points in 2 rides to advance, and I think I was a little bit high, but we will see.
Yeah, currently our qualifying bracket limit is sitting at 100 with Leon of Germany.
100, but we still have a lot of competitors to go. Joshua is next. Joshua from Canada as well. I've seen him this winter here. I know he's been training. He knows the wave. Unfortunately, got a little too excited over there in the left corner. He kept throwing down when a smarter decision probably would have been to surf back to the middle. But hey, he's got 2 more rides to go, and we know what he can do. He doesn't need 3 rides. He can do it all in 1 ride.
Exactly. We saw it even there, just on that left shoulder 3, huge air blunt. And he's definitely going to be looking to do that, but in a better spot on the feature in his next rides. Next up here, though, we've got Justin of Germany.
Justin of Germany. The Germans always here present as well. Big part of the freestyle community. They're actually organizing the next World Championships over in Plattling, Germany. It will not be their first Worlds there, and it's always awesome to go there.
Yeah, and this is not his first time at a World Championships. However, no, I believe it is his first time at his World Championships and the first time out in the United States. So
that's right. It's a whole new world opening up for him here. It's awesome to see him here. He flushed a little bit early, but he scored a few spins. Again, don't overlook the spins. The cut might be a lot less points than I thought, and if that's the case, then every point is going to count. You just want to make it into top 10 to advance to semifinal.
And those spins and shove-its, those low-scoring tricks, they still add up. You've got 10-5. You add to both of those, you're at a 30-point trick. Throw some links in between them. You can score almost as large as a blunt, but just doing some basic moves. Next up here, Sam of Great Britain.
You got to paddle hard and you got to paddle smart as well.
Oh, he's still in the feature.
Yeah.
Good recovery.
Good recovery, Sam. We're glad you're still in there. Oh, he is just getting a rough patch there. You saw the wave just completely changing right in front of him. That was a little bit unlucky, but you know what? Takes more to shake up Sam, and he's actually back in the race. He just did a big air screw there and going for a Pan Am the same direction, which unfortunately is not going to be scored because he flushed on it, but that air screw scored. That was a good move there.
Yeah, and an air screw scoring, an air screw is worth 140 points. So with the current cutoff now, we do still have a few more, this heat to go and third heat left. But if you were going off of the current cutoff, it looks like he does technically bump Leon down below the qualifying limit.
Urko is back. Urko did a fantastic ride for his first ride into the wave, and I can't wait to see what he's got this time around.
Fortunately getting a bit caught up on the feature there, but he's recovered, going for the blunt to the back, blunt going for the left Pan Am with a bit of a flush, but it looks like he would have landed most of that, and already with his first run of 356, he's up in the top 5, so adding to those points is just nothing but butter on top of it.
That is right. Cherry on the cake for Urko. I think that he is happy with his first ride, and he was maybe a little bit in a rush here. Patience sometimes pays off in this wave just because it's so changing and dynamic. Sometimes the wave you're surfing for a second or two is just not good for you to throw any tricks, and you're better off waiting. That's what Urko didn't do there.
And
but he'll learn from it.
Yeah, the wave also changes a little bit throughout the day as well. As they lift the water in the morning, basin fills below it, you get a bit of a more dynamic feature.
That's right, Zach. Dan is next. Dan from Ireland. He got a 0 at his first ride, and he's not happy with that. He's already doing better. Spin to the left. Nice roundhouse there to the left. Oh, that he went for a McNasty, or it just happened to him, one or the other. But one way or the other, he did really well, much better than his first ride, and we're glad to see it.
I think that's an example of when you accidentally get caught up on an edge, but your instincts kick in and you throw it into the closest trick you can think of right off the bat. Unfortunately, it didn't fully come around, but good recovery attempt.
Sometimes some of the best tricks were invented on accident.
Definitely.
Next is Leon from Germany. Bib number 111. He wants to turn it into a simple bib number 1.
Yeah, he's looking currently to challenge his teammate Tim at the top of the rankings right now as he starts it off with some spin, going for the shove it. But those are the tricks we just mentioned, going for the shove it the other direction, linking it to the spin. As you can see, those points are already racking up even with those simple tricks. They are really, really important, especially in these preliminary rounds where every point matters. They're going for the right roundhouse.
That's right. He has a really good attitude in the wave. He's aggressive, but keeps his boat somewhat stable. He is preparing something, and he is racking up the points. Not very high scoring tricks, but still sticking into the wave and giving himself more opportunity for bigger tricks. And that's it for him. Congratulations on a 45 seconds right the entire time spent in the wave. That's really hard to do.
Yeah, all right. Next up here, we're going to be going to Jules of Great Britain as we wait for Leon's second ride score to come in.
GB team cheering on their athletes.
Yeah, they're always loud with those flags up in the crowd every year. Doesn't matter where it is in the world, they always show up.
GB team always present.
All right, looks like Leon's second ride score came in at 45 points, now a total of 145 combined.
All right, let's see what Jules has for us. He is taking his time, he's being patient, which is really smart from him. Nicely executed into a helix. Those are some of the two hardest tricks to do, and he stuck them both in the wave with a ton of air into a back Pan Am. Jules fired up. He's almost at 500 points into McNasty. Whoa. He is going to advance into the top positions there. Jules, I am absolutely in awe of his performance. Nice works, Jules. You can claim this one.
Yeah, 100%. That anybody would have been happy. Even any of the senior men would have been happy with that ride. That was absolutely fantastic. He started it off right off the bat with the big tricks and then kept it going. Huge air on almost everything he did. That beautiful, fully aerial, almost clean Pan Am as well was absolutely picture perfect.
Jules is going to be stoked on this ride, and he is going to advance in the semifinal. I would bet money on it.
Yeah, and I think he says that his great day on the river is with Carnage, but I think this is also going to qualify to him as a pretty good day on the river.
I think you're right, Zach. I think he's going to remember this ride and hopefully keep it in mind when he goes into the wave for his next round of competition. I hope he'll be more confident and inspired by his performance today.
Jules' second ride coming in at 830 points, currently combined,
Amazing.
Putting him second on the leaderboard.
Amazing. Now, next up is Nil from Spain. And Nil, he is just throwing combos out there. That was 2 tricks in one. And that was his opening trick. He's like, all right, guys, I'm not here to
Huge
just
Pan Am.
show my flag. I'm going to make you guys proud at home. You watch me. Nil is just throwing down. That was a back blunt or a Pan Am. And he's going for the helix. Neil sticking it into the wave. No, quite. Not quite. He's flushing on this one, but you know, that's okay because he's already has enough points to advance just with his first ride alone. 421 in one ride. And Tim Rees is still sitting at the top of the rankings, and everybody else is either from Team GB or Team Spain, all the way to number 5.
Yeah, Tim Rees still holding on a pretty comfortable lead in that top spot. I think as we stand right now, it's going to be pretty tough to dethrone that spot at the moment.
Well, you know what's going to happen though? They're all going to try to do just that.
Exactly.
And I'm excited to watch it.
That's the exciting thing, is when you have a competitor that's got so much talent that puts himself so far up right at the beginning, is
right.
It creates this motivation for everybody else. They look at it, they're like, I need to do that. I want to. I will do that. And then they throw down.
He's pushing the whole field of competitors to do better.
All right, we're just waiting here on the thumbs up from Noam.
Noam from France. Going into the wave. Noam Champagnac-Magnol from France. Getting into the wave. Getting a good surf and throwing a left roundhouse. That was a good opening trick. He's probably going to be looking at a blunt here. Trying to rake the points, surfing to the left, but smart Noam is surfing back to the middle, finding a safer spot to throw his tricks. He is spinning around. Again, smart paddling from Noam. He knows that every point will count, and now he's going for something bigger. That was an aerial blunt. In my world, we'll see what the judges say.
Yeah, he's currently sitting at the 128 on his ride, looking to add a couple more points. He had a first ride score of a 180, so decent combined score with these two rides so far. He's still got a third to go. We'll have to see what he's got in store for us today.
That's right, and I'm impressed by anybody who can spend 45 seconds of their ride inside the wave. It shows a lot of boat control and a lot of determination. And, you know, they're not letting any chance go. They are in the wave, scoring points the whole ride, and that's impressive from these juniors.
All
Joshua
right.
Mendes is next. Zach, do you know Joshua well?
Oh, yeah, he's a fellow teammate of mine. I've been paddling with him all previous week. He's an absolutely fantastic wave boater, starting off with a beautiful left blunt, right blunt.
He's super
I'm sure he's
smooth.
going for the left one, too.
Incredibly smooth.
Yeah, he's got that very big wave style to his boating. There's coming around the spin, going for the right roundhouse.
Yeah, this wave is rowdy for everybody but the Canadians.
Yeah, he's making it look like it's just smooth as butter out there as he sets it up for a beautiful left blunt, adding some air to that as well.
This wave is what they surf in kindergarten in Canada.
Going for the Pan Am. Not sure if they'll score that. Didn't seem to land it quite well, but I'm sure he's going to be looking for something else with the last second on the buzzer. Going for the helix and sticking it. Absolutely incredible. Look, he is stoked.
Stoked on it, and he should be. That is a solid contender for making it to semifinal.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what that ride comes in at, but I am fairly certain that we can already say that it was way better than his first, and he's going to be happy moving into his third and final ride.
Yeah, his first ride was not really reflective of his ability, but his second ride was much, much, much closer to reality.
Yeah, his first ride, for those who remember seeing it, where he started off with that first air blunt and then flushed off that shoulder, it looks like some of the judges they have decided that he had retained that feature. He had managed to come back into it before flushing off, as there are points on that first ride.
And again, when you see odd numbers like a 53.33, no trick is 3.33 points. What's happening is one judge scored a trick that was probably 10 points, like a flat spin. The two other judges didn't, and when they did the average, that ended up with a 3.33.
Yeah, all right, now here we've got Justin of Germany dropping into the feature. Following up Joshua's second good ride, which came in at a 3:11, by the way. Here
Going for a cartwheel. I like it.
Wave wheels are always fun, even though they're not always in control.
They're like, yeah, he's like, I got some whole tricks. Let me show you. Justin representing his country of Germany.
He's looking for something there. He's looking for that right pass. Keeps going up and down the feature. Definitely seems to want to throw something big. Unfortunately, a bit of an edge catch there on that attempt.
It was nicely done, though. He spent some good time in the wave. Maybe wasn't successful at scoring every trick he tried, but it's very honorable to try this hard in a wave like this. Nice work, buddy.
All right, next up here, we're
Sam.
going to have Sam back to wrapping up the second rides for this heat so far.
Team GB, and he will be looking at joining Jules and Timmy into the top 5, his 2 teammates. Sam wants to get up there too, and here we go. His time starts now. Oh, unfortunately, his bag got caught into the green water when he hit the foam pile with his back. Flipped him right away, and that's a flush. That's 0 points for him. But like I said, you win or you learn. This was a learning ride for him.
Yeah, here we're seeing this is just the current heat as well. So positions based on the current heat. This is not the overall standings. Currently, our overall standings, our cutoff has now moved up to the 148-point mark as Urko coming back up the top of the heat.
I'm excited to watch Urko again. This kid is good. Look at this.
Oh, a bit. I think you jinxed it a little bit there.
Was I bad luck for you? Oh, no. I'm devastated.
I think he's going to be okay with that, though. He already had some great rides. Putting it current combined at the moment is 498.34, putting him currently in the 5th place position.
That's very, very, very solid standing for him right now. I don't think that he will be bumped down all the way to the 11th place. I can't see that happen.
However, now the pressure is on for Dan as he drops in. He's had 2 slightly rough rides. Looking for a huge, there's exactly what he was looking for. Starting it off with an absolutely massive, clean backstab.
Dan, that was beautiful. And he already has more points than his 2 first rides combined, and he keeps adding to it. Spin it one way, spin it the other way. Taking his time, picking only the best pass, and he just, oh my God, those were 2 more beautiful tricks, and I think he's going to be happy with this ride.
Yeah, he almost managed to get back in the feature there on that bit of a window shade, but that was a much better ride than his first 2. He definitely needed that performance out of his 3rd ride, and he nailed it.
He did it when it mattered, and I was so glad to see it.
All right, next up here, we're going back to Leon of Germany.
Leon, who saw his teammate Tim Rees rush it earlier, and it probably inspired him, and he's got the skills. He can move up to semi-final. We know that.
Leon needing a good ride on this as he's currently 2 spots out of the semis qualifications.
He starts with a spin, which is smart because it scores points, and maybe it can also create a good pass for you, position you well for your next trick, which it did for him. That was a left air blunt. He should try to surf his way back to the right so he gets out of this flushy spot over there on the far side of the wave, which he did. Side surfs to get a little bit of height and create himself a good trajectory for his next trick. Get pushed around a little bit and flushes Leon. He really did well here. It didn't score a ton of points, unfortunately, but He showed good boat control, and he will keep learning his trick, and he will come back stronger. Might not be enough to make it to semi. It might. We'll have to wait and see.
Now, next up here, we do have a paddler who is currently definitely
Jules.
qualified in second place at the moment.
Jules with an 830 points in his second ride. Come on now.
Oh, getting a little bit caught up on that edge, but that's okay. He's recovered. He's looking to set up for his first big trick. What will it be here? It's going to be a massive air screw.
That's right. And we'll see if it gets scored, and it does. Helix.
So much air on that.
So much air. Such a snappy rotation. Jules is absolutely doing fantastic into a back Pan Am.
Somehow putting it up.
Into a McNasty. Whoa.
Absolutely incredible ride. You saw he went for that Pan Am, landed, got spun around backwards, didn't even hesitate, just went, I'm backwards, I'm just going to go for McNasty here.
And it's super cool to see how he barely needs to set up his trick. It seems like his athleticism is enough to just throw a rotation, barely having a pass. He's just like lifting his boat up in the air all by himself. He doesn't even need to use a bounce.
It almost looks like he's got like a cable over the water that he's tethered to. He just pulls up on it once in a while, gets a big air.
Can we check Jules' boat, make sure he doesn't have any springs under it or something?
Well, we're going to have to see what that ride comes in at, but it's absolutely massive already from what I'm seeing. Will it be enough to topple Tim's current position? We will have to see. His second ride being the highest there. His third ride comes in at 6:06.67, putting himself on top with a 14:36.
Whoa.
In the feature, though, right now, we've got Nil of Spain with an unfortunate flush on the backstab combo.
So Jules would have been in the top 5 of the senior men category yesterday.
Yeah, that was an absolutely incredible performance.
Just making a statement on day 1 of the junior men competition.
Yeah, and luckily for Nil, though, even though that third ride did not go the way he wanted to, he had 2 very consistent first rides. He's going to be sticking with those, currently holding himself in 3rd place as we continue this heat and move on to the 3rd.
Noam from France, currently with 308 points total from his 2 first rides. He's going to be looking to improve that. What do you have for us, Noam? Taking his time to surf, position himself, doing a big right blunt with air. Spinning around, getting to the top of the wave.
Yeah, and I love this camera angle as well. It really shows you how much space these paddlers have to play on as they go down this feature.
That's right. That's a beautiful angle. He rolls and stay in the wave. That's a super important thing because once you're out the wave, you're not scoring any points anymore. But he's still in and he's spinning around, adding to a score. That will be 133.33. That's important.
Yeah, and if those scores stick for the moment, he will be replacing his second ride with that score, bringing him up a little bit higher.
Noam currently sitting 7th. Let's see after this 3rd ride what his standing is. It's a little bit of a dangerous spot right now if you're between 7th and 10 because there's still 1 heat to go after this one.
And that heat has 10 paddlers, all who performed incredibly well at last year's World Cups.
That's right. So it's a little bit of a bubbly area.
And speaking of that scary spot, this is Joshua coming in. He's currently in 6th place with that second ride alone. So let's see if he can throw down some
blunt.
huge.
Be careful, buddy. Don't go too far left there.
Get off that
and
corner.
He does.
He got stuck on the corner again. That was a unfortunate mirror of ride 1. But we'll have to wait and see if the combined of that would look to have scored as a air blunt, regardless of the flush.
In this feature, you know, you just can't give up until the end because even if the last heat is supposed to have the best paddlers, as we saw yesterday in the senior men, best paddlers don't always do best during the competition. They can still flush. This is a difficult feature. Just take any point you can while it's your time. There is no other strategy that's valid here.
All right, next up here, dropping into the feature, Justin of Germany for his third and final ride. Starting it off with some spins, going for the shove it, linking it potentially. He's going to spin his way off. Look careful on that shoulder as he spins his way potentially off. Manages to retain it. Well done there. Going for the shove it. Still on that shoulder, but he's still in the feature.
Talking about paddling smart and scoring all the tricks you can, he starts with easy flat spins, and now he's going to try harder moves. But at least he already has 30 points. Much better than 0.
Yes, that is very true. Manages to retain that. I'm sure he's looking for one more big trick here. You can see him wanting, you can see him trying to get the boat up, going for the blunt and cartwheeling out of it. We'll see if they score anything for that. That'll do it for his third and final ride here.
Thank you, Justin. We were glad to watch you paddle today. You did great.
And now we are wrapping up our second heat here with Sam Rowland of Great Britain. Sam currently sitting in 13th position. He's going to need to throw big. He's going to need to really bring up the pace here if he wants to make it into those qualifying spots.
Yes, Zach, we are cutting down our field to 10 competitors for the semifinal. We're looking for our best 10 juniors today. He's sitting 13th right now. He's got nothing to lose. He can only improve from here, and I hope he knows it, and I hope he's ready to throw down. Sam from Great Britain, he had a 0 at his second ride, and he can do a lot better than 0, I know that. I've seen him paddle during training. He's doing really well. You can see his attitude, his posture is really good. He's looking for an opportunity to throw an air screw. Unfortunately flushing. That's the problem when you throw an air screw and you don't have a pass that's good enough to give you a lot of air. You land on your face, your body is dragging into the green water, and it flushes you out of the wave. It just pulls you out of the wave. That's what happened to him.
Yeah, and that was unfortunate, but thanks again for being here, Sam. It was a pleasure watching you paddle. Currently, though, as we move into our third and final heat here, our standings for those who are qualified, the cutoff is 220 points with Dan. We currently have in those spots Philippe of Canada, Justin of Canada, Noam of France, Joshua of Canada, Urko of Spain, Timmy of Great Britain, Nil of Spain, Tim Rees of Germany, and Jules Gardner of the United Kingdom.
Jules crushed the competition. Oh my God. It was amazing to watch him paddle. He was just flying. He was aggressive. He was calculated, and he crushed it, sitting first.
Yeah, and let's have a look here at who we are waiting to see here in this final heat. This is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, we have Daniel from the United States, Cody from Ireland, Mads from Germany, Remy from France, Magnus from the United States, Gael from France, Walker from the US, Oni from Finland, and Matteo from New Zealand. Stacked heat. These were the best paddlers after World Cup last year. That's where they are in the last heat. And we have 9 paddlers in this heat. So the only paddlers who can for sure go back home for the rest of the day with the certitude to be in the semifinal is Jules, who is number 1. Because even if the 9 paddlers of this heat do better than him, he'll still be sitting in 10th position. And he will be in semifinal with 9 other paddlers. Everybody else is just watching at this heat, crossing their fingers, and hoping that at least some of them get behind so they can advance to the next round. So my bias bet earlier was that 275 was going to be the cutoff And I think I was a little bit pessimistic because right now it's already 2:20 and we have the 9 best paddlers from last year to go. I'm gonna have to review my pronostic here. What do you think, Zach? What's gonna be the amount of points you need to move into semifinal?
Yeah, it's really hard to say here, but we're seeing the very common bubble area of like the 6th and 7th position being just under the 400 mark. And I might have to say, I'm gonna take a wild swing at it and go. Let's go with a 450 being the cut.
You know, Zach, I think you're hitting the nail on the head there. If I look at the scores, I mean, I have Jules and Tim who are absolutely crushing it. Tim Rees with 1,100 and some change, and Jules with almost 1,500. Hello, I'm just a junior and I'm crushing the seniors. And then after Joshua from Canada. Actually, after Urko's almost at 500, and all of a sudden we go from 500 for the 5th position, Urko from Spain, down to Joshua with a 390. So there's a big gap there, and it might be our gap for getting in the semifinal.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Urko's 498.34 is enough to keep him in there. He's currently in 5th place as we said, there are 9 paddlers left to go.
I really hope that Urko did it because he scored most of his points in one ride, which goes to show that he can do a lot. It didn't take him 2 rides to get 500 points. He almost did it all in one ride.
And that's especially important moving into the semifinals because in the qualifying in this current World Championships, we are running at 3 rides, 2 best count combined. However, as we move into semifinals, it is 2 rides and your best one count. So you don't need as much of the consistency. You need it to get through, but then it's who can score the biggest individual rides.
That's right, Zach, and that's the way the competition is designed. On some rounds, it will reward a consistent paddler, and in some other rounds, it will reward somebody who's able to just go big in one ride. Whatever they do in other rides, we want to see the one biggest ride they can do. And so it just rewards different styles and imposes different strategies to competitors. And at the end of the competition, once everything is said and done, the guys who win, they can be both consistent and explode when needed.
Yeah, it looks like we are waiting for the thumbs up here from the judges.
They're playing with these guys' nerves there. Come on. They're only juniors, and they're competing at Worlds, and now we're asking them to wait right before their ride. That is a hard one to stomach for some of them, I'm sure. But we are on Daniel from the United States. Here's your local boy.
Starting it off with a attempt at a potentially would have been a huge right Can-Am, but not quite getting it around.
Just tried something risky right away there. I'm always bummed when I see somebody trying something super hard and risky and not being rewarded. That kills me, especially a junior.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but it is the name of this game as we move on to Cody of Ireland.
Cody of Ireland. Getting into the wave, doing a nice roundhouse into back blunt. And again, as we said before, this heat, they were the best paddlers last year, but anything can happen in this way.
Yeah, and Cody's saying that it's a sunny day with high water on the river with his friends is the best time to be on the water. And he's got his friends here. He's got some high water. Might be a little less sunny than we're accustomed to here currently in Georgia, but I'm sure the locals are thankful for it.
And, you know, that's not even rain for an Irish guy.
Yeah, there's a very big difference. We're now just waiting for Mads Barwick of Germany to get the thumbs up from the judges here.
Mads from Germany. I trained with him all week because the Germans were with us, the French team, for team training. And I've seen him throw it down, and I hope he does during his ride, ferrying his way across that first current to get into the wave, landing right in the middle. That's what you want. So you're already in position. Taking his time, little spin. Mads is not in a rush. He knows how to score, spin left and right. He's linking all the spins together, and he is like just following his plan. That's really good. And he is doing a blunt on the left, trying to get his stuff a little bit more vertical. He's in control. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's carving his way back up and down the feature here, looking for those passes. It's been a
here
going for the air screw.
Going for the air screw, sticks it in the wave. Mads, good job. 45 seconds in the wave. He scored several tricks and executed his plan. We will see how many points he gets for this.
Yeah, our previous rider, Cody of Ireland, coming in with a 50 point on his first ride here. Now we're just waiting on our answer from Mads. Next up, lining up here is Remy of France.
Remy of France. Remy paddling for the club of Millau in Aveyron in France. That's the club where I am from, and I'm proud of Remy, who is a really great competitor and a great guy as well. I got to know him this week and really appreciated him. Throwing a big blunt on the left. Millau, where the natural games are happening every year, a big event in our scene.
An event that, having been to it, if you're ever in Europe while it's happening, is worth stopping by.
That's right, last weekend of June.
All right, he's going
for a big back Pan-Am. Unfortunately, he was missing a little bit of speed for it. He kind of tried to throw it Jules style out of nowhere, but not everybody is Jules.
Exactly, and this is just their first ride, so it's definitely not the strongest start that I know most of these competitors really wanted from these rides here, but they've got 3. This is only their first.
Right.
Next up here, lining up, we've got Magnus Monson of the United States, another American here in this heat.
He's got his white, blue, and red collars, and he is in the wave.
Yeah, that color coding is something the American voters are famous for, having matching designs, looking for a beautiful left air blunt here, looking super calm, super relaxed here on this feature.
Yeah, he has been here before, you can tell. Going for a right air blunt, positioning himself back to the middle of the foam pile right away, which is important. If you stay left there, matter of time, you're going to flush.
Something he says he's super proud of as he goes to set up for a beautiful air screw here.
Yeah, Magnus, that was beautiful.
He's apparently managed to achieve 4th place in every competition in Colorado, and there's a lot there.
There's a lot of competitions in Colorado, and 4th is really good there.
It looks like he blew a little bit of a kiss to the crowd there as he finishes off his first ride here.
He wants to score points, and he wants to be a crowd favorite. I like that attitude, just being grateful to be here, being excited, and try to give it back to the crowd after encouraging you, giving it back to them.
And he's been on record saying that the only reason he paddles is because it's fun. And I think what we just saw is a perfect example of that. It is fun.
And it's also,
he's having fun.
It pays off to have fun because he had a good score there. Gael is next, French paddler. He is really good in that wave, really in control. They were in Montreal right before coming here. Matter of fact, to get more experience in wave. We'll see if it pays off. Gael Béal from France.
Looking to set up for something here, trying to get that nice pass. This wave is very different than the waves that he was training on in Montreal. Big Joe in the Lachine Rapids being very green, very tall.
Got a pass here.
Almost getting caught up in the curler. Unfortunate first ride here. But as we've said all too often so far this heat, there are 2 more rides.
That's right. And Gal has a lot more to show than what he just showed, and he still has 2 rides, and I'm sure he'll do better.
Yeah, here is coming into the feature with his thumbs up is Walker Edens of the United States.
Walker from the U.S. of A. You know from which state he's from?
Looks like his
North
home
Carolina.
is Charlotte, North Carolina. There's
A lot of
actually
creek
a nice
boating there.
water park there too.
Well, a nice water park as well. That's right.
Looking to set himself up backwards, spinning it around. He's already got one of those blunts, going for
Nice.
the back blunt to the left. Looking maybe to set up the other direction here. He's
He's-
spinning all the time, never
Yeah,
stopping.
yeah. He's picking a different strategy here, staying really busy in the wave and creating opportunity for himself.
Going for the
Nice
air screw.
I would score this if I was a judge, but I am not a
Beautiful
judge.
Pan Am.
Pan Am. Ah, back Pan Am. Walker is on fire. The other way.
That
Whoa.
looks like he was going for the flip turns both direction. Maybe not getting. He's pumped though.
He's
Look
pumped.
at that.
He's pumped. I like to see that.
What an incredible ride.
What you really want in this sport is to be able to show what you can do during your 45 seconds ride. And it's some of the hardest thing to do because 45 seconds really isn't that much. If you had all the time in the world, you would not go this quickly between each trick. And so be able to deliver during your ride is just something that all of us have to learn, and it's a great skill to have that you can use in other areas of your life. And it's very exciting to see juniors already able to do that at such a young age.
All right, and I see Oni looking for the thumbs up, he looks like he was trying to pressure the judges into that thumbs up as fast as he can. He's excited to get out there on the feature today.
Yeah, he's
in
like, bring it
Columbus.
on.
He is a absolute powerhouse of a paddler. Watched him paddle last year at this at the World Cups here on Good Wave, and it was absolutely incredible what he was able to pull off. I'm excited to see what he's got in store for us today. He's paddling his one of his actual sponsor, Apex Watercraft, also sponsored by NRS and his parents, which is always an incredible thing.
That's right. Tim Finland, get excited. Your boy is going into the wave.
All right, he's got the feature going in for his first trick, going right into the air screw.
Oh, yeah. He's like, hey, I'm not here to spin around.
Looking for the other direction.
Oh, yes.
Super fast, super snappy.
Incredibly good. At such a young age, being able to get out there in a difficult wave, do all these hard tricks.
Beautiful clean is what we call a flashback as you spin into that backstab. Unfortunately getting caught up a bit, but still a very solid ride for his first ride here.
Yeah, it's there's 2 different strategies out there. You can play it safe and do a lot of small tricks, or you can decide to just go for the big ones. They reward more and they are more risky, and everybody is trying to find the balance of control and commitment to hard, rewarding tricks. It's a very hard thing to do, and for him there, it was all or nothing. He decided to go balls to the wall, like we say.
Exactly. Next up here, we are waiting for the thumbs up for Matteo Williams of New Zealand.
Matteo.
You hear the crowd going absolutely insane as he drops
Matteo
into
live
the
like
feature.
Maria, Matteo.
Starting off looking maybe for a pass there, not quite getting it. This is a very nice purple boat. You don't see a lot of those colors out here.
Yeah, and he is showing a lot of control there. I know that they're a good friend with Landon Miller, who became world champion in Ocean yesterday, and
Matteo, unfortunately, though, falling prey to that left shoulder. It is a dangerous spot to be. Happens to the best paddlers out here.
that's right. And with what he showed there, I mean, he scored a decent amount of points, but I think he can do a lot better. He's got 2 more rides, only 2 counts. He will come back up with a little bit more pressure on his shoulders, but it's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, and right now we're going to actually go back up to the top of this heat with one of our American paddlers, Daniel Smith.
Daniel from the US of A. his first ride was...
So unfortunately, he didn't seem to have a great first ride here, but we know that he's capable of pulling it off, so we're excited to see what he's going to show us here in his second. Currently, a few paddlers have already bumped into those top 10, including Walker and Magnus.
That's right. And I can tell in his posture and the way he paddles into the wave that he's got a lot more skills than he showed during the first ride. He shows them now. He had a difficult start, but got back on his feet, and now he's starting to score points. Daniel Smith from the U.S. Big blunt on the right. Unfortunately, he was a little bit far to the left there and got caught into that little pocket. Flushed.
Yeah, that is not the second ride he was looking for, but he still managed to put some points on the board there, which is a very good start, and he still got a single ride. With the current cutoff, I do believe that any of these paddlers could pull it off even with one ride. So that having that extra ride left is still important. Next up here, we got Cody of Ireland.
Cody, who started with 50-point ride on his first ride, and he probably knows that it might not be enough to make it to semifinal, so he's gonna go all in. He's got 2 rides left, 2 count. Catching the wave a little bit on the far corner, unfortunately. Flushing right away. That's a bummer for Cody. It's frustrating when you don't get to show your skills during your ride. But he's got one more ride.
That's it, exactly. They still got a ride to go here, but we're going to be moving on now to Mads Barwick of Germany. Mads coming in with a first ride of 98.33. See, we're waiting on the thumbs up here. Mads starting up, got ferrying across for his second ride. He looks focused, looks composed as he drops into the feature. Looking at starting off with a first trick, looked like maybe going for something there, getting a nice blunt with air, catching a stern but recovering extremely fast. These preliminary rounds can be extremely stressful, and it has a really, really hard impact on your mental game. Unfortunately, getting washed out again by that left shoulder. Mads going to still be probably relying on his first ride at the moment. Still got one left to go. All right, looks like we're going immediately into Remy of France.
Remy from the Club Mio. Everybody cheering on him at home. Remy Tellery.
And that's good that I have you here because he can't seem to find anything in his bio, so you're gonna have to rely on you for some info.
Because he is riding it right now.
Exactly, riding it as he paddles, giving us something to talk about here. Second ride, an unfortunate flush there. Again, that surfer's right curler has been taking a lot today.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame any of them for flushing. Even in the senior men category yesterday, we had a bunch of upsets. Some of the favorites not even making it through prelims. So, you know, it's a hard wave.
And we're right into Magnus of the United States, getting a bit caught up after his blunt, trying to save it with a pistol flip, not quite bringing it around. That'll move us past him to Gail of France.
Of France. Trying to continue the tradition of wave boating in France.
There are some quite impressive waves up there as well.
We do have some waves in Lyon and Besançon, and also have quite a scene of paddlers who are willing to travel to surf more waves, and Gael is slowly but surely getting into that community, and he's here today representing his country of France. Be careful, Gael, this is an unstable part of the wave, but he knows it, and he goes right back to the middle.
Yeah, he's surfing around there trying to find the perfect pass here.
That's right, he's fired up because his first ride was a 0, and he is not happy with that.
He's going to be starting off
Pan
with
Am.
a nice Pan Am.
Unfortunately got caught with his pedal, stays in the wave. Whew.
Oh, that was stressful for us.
That was stressful. He's back in action though. Boom, big Pan Am. Unfortunately, it was the same trick as the first one, so I'm not sure if that was necessarily the right pick. But
yeah, who knows? He may have not thought that he had scored that trick. You also, as the paddlers, you get to see a bit of a live score pointed at you, so you can kind of get an idea of what's scoring, what's not, and gives you the opportunity to take that judgment call of, you know what, let me do that trick again because I didn't get the points I wanted from it.
that's right. In the same time, it's hard to look at a screen as you're surfing this rowdy wave. And I think Gael thought it was safer to go for the same trick, make sure it was scored, and unfortunately he flushed on his second attempt.
And dropping into the feature now is Walker of United States. Great first ride of 350. Almost getting caught up on that shoulder there. Looked like it greened out quite a bit. Very dynamic feature. Good wave.
Take more to deter Walker's determination. Unfortunately flashing. He still claims it because, you know, he's here to have fun, like you said before.
And fellow teammate Nick Troutman has always had this every year before an event, always to bring up that team morale. And it's a true statement, is it's not necessarily about how you do and what results you get. People remember you for what you say to them in the eddy and how you treat people on the water.
That's right.
And these paddlers are all stoked to be here. They all look super excited to be paddling among friends here, friends that you don't get to see often at these world events.
Ani starting off with a beautiful air screw, same the other direction, into a Pan Am or blunt. He is really showing a lot of skills out there today. Ani from Finland. Fortunately, his stern got caught in the water here, but honestly, that was a great ride.
Yeah, a great ride, starting it off strong, continuing it through it, and then even on that flush, it looked like his boat just wanted to rocket up into the sky.
Yeah, so dynamic. He was just showing a lot of skills and a lot of good energy out there. That was great. Here we go again with Matteo. 166 on his first ride. I know he can do so much better, and I'm crossing my fingers for him to do it during his ride. It's always a challenge in freestyle. These guys are all super good. Can they be good during the 45 seconds that the judges are watching them? That's the challenge. Matteo from New Zealand, I believe that he actually lives in the U.S.
Yes. Dropping in, starting it up with a nice left blunt. That second pass here, maybe going for the right blunt or going for Pan Am. We'll have to wait and see what he's got in store for us here.
Yeah, he's taking his time. That's smart. Creating himself a nice pass. He's at a dangerous spot there. Oh, unfortunately, Matteo. But you know what? I think I saw a big smile out of him after his second ride.
Yeah,
That's
and
good.
we'll have to see exactly how much that gives him. Currently, if you combine those two rides, it should put him into those top 10 positions.
We would like to see all of these guys succeed, but competition is cruel, and we will only keep 10 and keep moving in the semifinal.
And Matteo's second ride coming in, locking in at a 150 here. But we're back to the top of the heat with Daniel Smith getting, potentially he's back on the feature. That was a scary moment as good wave here greened out completely for him.
That's right, and it takes more to shake up Daniel, I should say. Beautiful back blunt for him. He keeps spinning around, and when you spin, you create yourself opportunities in this wave, opening passes in front of you. So I'm glad to see him do that.
Yeah, it's very important to keep moving around on the feature, especially when it's super dynamic like this. Starting off with a nice helix. Potentially going for that pistol flip, not quite sticking it, but that helix will add a decent amount of points to the board. Now, we are in the third and final rides here for these paddlers. So currently Daniel Smith sitting in 26, looking for a very good score here. We'll have to wait and see what this ride's points give him.
That's right. And next is Cody, and Cody, before his last ride, is sitting in 24th position. He has 50 points on the board, and it would take him a little bit over 250 points in this ride to make it to the 10th place, which he won't do, unfortunately. He is frustrated, and we understand why that is. Again, you win or you learn.
Yeah, it is really hard to explain how hard it is out there on this river. It is not easy. The stress, the feature, the crowd, the energy, it all can get to you.
Next up is Mads. Mads is sitting in 15th position with 168 points. It would take him about 100 and change to make it in the final. Is that right?
Mads' best ride being his first with a 98. So it'll take just over 200 point ride for him to move into those qualifying spots. Can he do it? I do believe he can.
He can. Will he? We're about to see. He's definitely putting a lot more energy into this. Unfortunately, another victim of that far left pocket there.
Yeah, that is always really hard to see here.
And Mads is unfortunately probably not going to move up into the 10 top spots.
Yeah, our next paddler here being Rémi of France, currently sitting in 21st position.
Rémi.
Best ride of 80 points. Going to need just over 200 points.
Over 200 points. Rémi can do it.
Yeah, this is the make or break moment for these paddlers here.
It's his last ride. He's not sitting in the top 10, and he needs 200 points to make it there. Oh, he is getting worked. That is disappointing, but he almost stayed in it despite being tumbled.
Yeah, and
frustrating.
Currently, if we're looking at this, we're going to be moving on to Magnus of the United States. Magnus already in the 8th position.
So it will be a pretty much a celebration ride for him. I think he is already in, and I don't think he can possibly.
There is still 2 paddlers who could bump him out.
That's right. That's right. He still would be better off improving his score. Unfortunately, he won't.
Yeah, these third rides looking pretty consistent, but not not in the way that these paddlers want them to.
No, it's a bit of a rough patch, but you know that's the rules of competition.
Exactly. Next up here, we got Gael. He's got his last ride here. Second ride being 126. That currently has him in 19th place with that one ride alone. He just needs to replicate that and a little bit more to make it in.
Gael, we want to see 200 points out of you during this ride. Can he do it? We really would love to see him overcoming 2 low-scoring rides and just make up for them in the third one. That would be a beautiful story. He wants to ride it, and he goes for a big blunt on the left side, which he retains the feature, and he needs another trick. He's at 80 points now.
Great
start. Almost 100, over 100. Oh my God, he's going to, unfortunately, not shake up the ranking.
Now here's the thing. Gael was our last paddler who could have shaken up these top 10 rankings with Walker, Oni, and Matteo already qualified. So these rides for them are going to decide how far up the leaderboard they get to start. Because as we move into the semifinals, this will be a large semifinals heat of 10.
That's
and
right.
They start in reverse order. So if you're last to go, you get to see everybody compete. You know what you have to do. So this is what these paddlers are now competing for as Walker drops in for his third ride.
Walker started off a right roundhouse, trying to do it more vertical to score a blunt, which he might or might not have done. Not a judge. He's paddling smart, trying to give himself time and pick only the best passes, which I believe is a good strategy here. Walker Edens, the American, trying to improve his ranking, even though he's already in semifinal. Nice air screw. There you go. Into a Pan Am.
That was
Stays
huge.
in the wave into a back Pan Am. Walker kept all his best tricks for the last ride. Actually, the last seconds of his last ride, and boy, that was exciting to watch.
Yeah, that was a great end there to his rides here in the qualifiers.
Ani, the finish, is up next, and he is already qualified with 638 points. He is sitting 5th right now, so he's already at the in the 5 first. He will be competing last. He will already know what people have done before him and what he needs to do to make it to final when his time comes at semifinal. He is at a good spot. He will be looking for a cherry on top of his cake, and then he'll eat it.
Yeah, 100%. As walking back up to the top of this eddy, can guarantee you he was looking at those top positions, and he has a taste for them. He wants those spots. He is going to try really hard. All right, he's coming into the feature here.
Ani from Finland, getting into the wave. What else can he do than that he hasn't done yet during his 2 first rides?
Maybe going for a loop?
That was a little bit of a win, but he's stoked.
Yeah, he's still super excited.
Obviously, he's stoked. He's sitting 5th.
The thing is, I've actually seen him throw a loop here in Good Wave last year, so you never know. That might have been part of his strategy.
Yeah. That's
But
a
yeah,
lot of
congratulations to Ani for qualifying so far, and same with our next paddler,
Mateo, who is sitting 10th. He will move into semifinal, but whew, he was really close to being the bubble boy, but instead he is 10th, and he gets a celebration ride, and we get to see him paddle without pressure, pure fun, and crushing it. Look at that. Big left Pan Am. Thank you, Mateo. You're bringing a lot of good vibes and good energy on the water. We love to see you paddle.
Yeah, and that was a great last ride from Mateo. I believe I didn't see the last unofficial score up there, but if it is above his previous rides, it might just be enough to get him just above Joshua of Canada into that 9th position, maybe into 8th or 7th. Give him so as long as he doesn't have to start first in the semifinal heat.
That's right, and that will be it for our junior qualifiers. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you to all our paddlers for showing us the amazing tricks you've got. It was really, really fun to watch y'all, and we are waiting for the official results of this preliminaries. And Zach, do we have them?
Yeah, it looks like we do have the final score from Mateo coming in, which means we have our total qualifying paddlers. We're going to be starting in reverse order here. Currently wrapping it up in 10th, Mateo of New Zealand. In 9th, Joshua of Canada. In 8th, Magnus of the United States. In 7th, Urko of Spain. In 6th, Oni of Finland. 5th place, Walker of the United States. In 4th, Timmy of Great Britain. In third, Nil of Spain. In second, Tim of Germany. And our current leader with an incredible combined score of 1436.67 is Jules of Great Britain.
We have all kinds of countries that will be competing at semifinal. We will have their friends and family tuning in for the next phase of the competition. We are absolutely thrilled to watch them do more rides. Thank you guys for tuning in. We are going to take a break now, and I believe next step is C1 final. Is that right?
I believe we are either going into the C1 finals here. I'm looking for our next boards.
Don't hesitate to comment underneath in the comment section of the video to ask more questions about freestyle kayaking, our athletes, and rankings. Zach and I were thrilled to announce the junior prelims. It was super fun to watch. I'm absolutely impressed with these athletes.
And next up, we will be moving into a women's C1 finals, and then following that up with the men's C1 finals. These are going to be super exciting. All these paddlers fighting for a medal spot. We will see you guys back then in just a short minute.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of the junior men's preliminaries. What a wonderful showdown that was between Germany and the UK. The US sneaking in there into two of the spots. Our third US member not making the cut, as well as a handful of other hopefuls. But we're going to roll right into the women's C1 finals. This has been a new event addition as of the last World Championships. Trying to get all of the spots filled with gender equity. We had plenty of women who were able to paddle C1 but never had their own class. So we're going to have a wonderful showdown of these women today. The heat is going to be Jack Fantastic of Great Britain, Tamsin McConchy of Great Britain, Zosha Tula of Poland, Sophie Gilfillan of Canada, and Audie Robinson-Shaw of Great Britain. Audie, of course, the reigning women's C1 world champion from Nottingham last year. A wonderful lineup of classes here, of nations. 2 Great Britain, 1 Poland, 1 Canada. 3 Great Britain, 1 Poland, 1 Canada. Then we'll roll into the men's C1 finals. The men's C1 finals will be United States and Japan. We have Jordan Poffenberger of the U.S., Subaru Fukushi of Japan, Seth Chappelle of the U.S., Landon Miller of the U.S., and Dane Jackson of the United States. So it's going to be a really good time. Right now, the reigning world champion in C1 is Landon Miller. He took the top honors there in Nottingham, throwing some wonderful tricks, huge moves. Landon is also our current OC1 world champion, winning yesterday the gold medal in OC1 Open Canoe. It was Landon, Zach Zwanenberg of Canada, and Philip Joseph of Germany taking gold, silver, and bronze. I'm going to be joined here shortly by Mr. Alan Ward, and we're going to turn it over to Mason and Alan. Alan, take a look.
Hey there, everyone at home.
3 Great Britons on that list. What do you think of those paddlers?
Wow. Well, it's going to be a stacked final. Well, finals, to be honest. We've already had an incredible day here on the Chattahoochee River. Some really massive rides, big moves from all of the junior men and women. It's been amazing to see. The stands or bleachers have been absolutely packed all day, even though it's now starting to get a little bit drizzly. So it's kind of reminding me of home, to be honest, back in the UK.
Yeah, it's been quite the day. It started out kind of dry and then just moved in drizzle, drizzle, drizzle. And last night we had I don't know what the official totals were, but I think we had a good inch of rain, or 2.5 centimeters, if you will, of rain. So quite the water that came in. Way too late for the competition to boost the water levels. Water's still going to be pretty low for this competition, and that's part of the reason why we are just packing things together.
Oh, it had to have been at least that much. I mean, I've actually heard it's going to be raining when I get home, so my favourite Hurley Weir might be in when I get back, which would be a nice little surprise.
Oh, that would be great. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Hey, this is brought to you guys by, these folks have brought this competition to us here in the area, all of these local sponsors, W.C. Bradley Company, Georgia Power, Global Payment Systems, Synovus Bank, Aflac, the Coca-Cola Company, Columbus Sports Council, Salt Life, Beam Communications, Whitewater Express. We've got beer sponsor Michelob Ultra, Visit Columbus, American Company, Columbus, Georgia Chamber of Commerce, Ram Hospitality, Philanthropic Sport, then of course Kayaks, Piranha Kayaks, Sport Bridge Company, Columbus Waterworks, Maximum Hospitality, Standard Concrete Products, Law Office of Gary Bruce, PMB Broadcasting, Vector Ply, Warner Oars, East Alabama Chamber, Alabama Power, Houston Clinic, and High Side Market, and the Cotton Companies. All of these guys, all these companies were very important and instrumental in bringing this to us here on the Chattahoochee River in Columbus, Georgia, where we are in day 4 of the overall competition. 2 more days to go before this competition is wrapped up and all of the champions have medals. I'm going to turn it over to Mason here shortly. Alan, why don't you tell us maybe a little bit about the next men's heat too, just to keep people on their toes.
Well, one incredible list of sponsors, and we couldn't be here without them, so thank you very much to everyone who has contributed to this World Championships here on the Chattahoochee River. Coming up next, we are going to have the Women's C1 Final, which I'm really looking forward to. I am now joined by my buddy Mason. How's it going, Mason?
Pretty good. This is going to be a really exciting C1 Women's Finals. I'm very excited. We have 3 Brits, a Poland, and a Canadian. It's going to be interesting to see who takes those top honors.
Yeah, it's nice to see so many Brits in the final.
Yeah,
representing.
It is. The British are a very strong team for sure, well-rounded. Audley Robertson-Shaw and Tamsin McConkey competing in 3 events here, squirt boating, C1 and K1, which is really impressive to see.
Oh yeah, and Zosha Tula is also competing in the K1 as well, so she has a busy time. Was she in squirt? I think she was in squirt as well.
I don't think she did squirt this year, but I know she did last year.
Yeah.
So she's definitely a well-rounded paddler. And this heat list is going to be Jack Fantastic from Great Britain, Tamsin McConkey from Great Britain, Zosia Tula from Poland, Sophie Gilfillan, and Audley Robertson-Shaw. There we are, look. Here we are, guys. We are getting ready. We're right here. The wave is right downstream of us. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, hello to everyone at home and around the world tuning in. Thanks very much for supporting us. First up, we are going to have Jack Fantastic because this is going to be like a reverse seed. So the top scoring woman from the heats is going to go last. That'll be Ottilie Robinson-Shaw from Great Britain. But up first, we're going to have Jack Fantastic. And it looks like she's getting ready on the start ramps. Looks like she's having a great time already, which is nice to see.
Yeah, Jack is pretty excited. This is finals format, so this is going to be 3 rides. 1 is going to count. Best ride will stand. This is for the medals. You couldn't win in any other round, but this is the round to win in. So if you want to throw your biggest rides, now is the time to do so.
Oh yeah, these guys are going to have 3 rides and only best 1 counts. So they're going to have plenty of opportunities to absolutely go big or go home, which is going to be really exciting to see. Jack's really living it up on the start ramps there. She's ready to go. Just waiting for the thumbs up from the judges, and then we're going to see what she can do.
Yeah, everyone's getting super excited. I can hear the arena announcers getting the crowd hyped up. I can see the judges sitting down now. Everyone's running around trying to find a good seat for Jack. Here she goes, her first ride of this finals. This might be the first final she's ever been in for a world championship, so I know she's super excited to be here. Here she goes.
Oh yeah, dropping down onto the wave, establishing a good front surf. Nice big pass at the start there. Looks like she's winding it up maybe for a spin or a shove it. Looking for the shove it, I think. And then is she going to go back to the left? Oh, she's still setting up, carving up onto that shoulder. It's a little bit dumpy on that side, got to be careful. Maybe another shove it there. Going out to the other side, a little bit flushy over there. Shove it back the other way. Oh, and unfortunately catching an edge, but great start for Jack.
Yeah, that was a good ride by Jack. She took advantage of the entire wave, starting her ride on the right and then coming off to the left. She scored a 5 on that first ride, so she scored one of those shove-its that she tried. A shove-it is one of the longest definitions in our score sheet, but the lowest scoring trick. So you got to start forward, go all the way backwards and back and forward. But right now it's all about Tamsin McConkey from Great Britain. Here she goes for her first ride in this finals for the C1 women.
Oh yeah, here we go, dropping into the wave. She's a little paddle switch there just as she drops in. A little support stroke. Looks like she's trying to get set up. It's quite difficult to get up to the top of the wave sometimes, but she's pulling it around. Maybe going to work that shoulder on the right, looking for a roundhouse to the right. Looks like she's got 5 points already, so she's going to be tied with Jack if that's confirmed. What's she got next for us? Going for another roundhouse. Tamsin actually got the silver medal at the last World Championships in squirt, so she's not shy to a competition. Looks like she goes for a really nice back blunt there. And she's setting up again, spinning it round, almost catching her offside, but recovering well. That's the end of her time then, so the score is ticking up. That's 30 points. Let's see if it goes up anymore. Great ride from Tamsin.
Yeah, those scores are going to be ticking up a little bit more. They got to see if she got a clear from the foam on that back blunt or back roundhouse. The roundhouse having to score, or the roundhouse 0 to 45 degrees. Anything over 45 degrees, you're going to get a blunt, which is a higher scoring trick. So the judges are saying, did she get over that? Did she score under that? And then give her the points that she is rewarded. We're just waiting for her score to get in, but next up, Zofia Tula from Poland, here with her boyfriend Tomasz Czplitski, also paddling in the K1's men's class. So we're going to see some big things from her, coming in third from the semifinals. So she's right there in the middle of the heat. Tamsin coming in with a 50 for her first ride. Pretty solid points on the board so far, I would say.
Oh yeah, really, really good. So Tamsin drops into first spot after her first ride, pushing Jack down to second. Let's see if Zosia Tula from Poland has anything to say about that. I'm sure she does. She's a very experienced competitor. Dropping into the wave, then switching paddle blades so she can get that boat spinning round. Coming round on a really nice fast spin, looking for maybe a little switch up there. What's she got next? Cross bow spin over on the other side. Surfing around, using the whole wave. I think maybe she might have a little back blunt next, on her offside potentially. Not quite getting it, I don't think. Surfing, what's next? Looking for a roundhouse to the right, and a back blunt as well. Unfortunately catching an edge and just pushing her off. Oh, she's having a little bit of trouble rolling. And she's up, we're all good. So we're going to have to wait and see how that official score comes through, but it looked like a really strong ride.
Yeah, that was definitely a strong ride. She was very, very snappy on those spins there, looking for that back blunt or back roundhouse, but not quite getting it to separate from the water. So that was not the rotations or the tricks that she wanted, but we're still waiting. Next up, Sophie Gilfillan from Canada. Zosia coming in with the 35 points. It's going to set her in the second place spot as of right now, but there's two other ladies who are going to have something to say about that. Sophie Gilfillan having a huge and the highest scoring single ride of this entire competition so far on her first ride in prelims, so she definitely has what it takes to be on top of the podium. Can she do it right now? Here she goes, dropping in for her first ride.
Straight away looking for that roundhouse over to the right hand side. Coming up, using the shoulder, surfing around, trying to set up. It's quite difficult trying to get up to the top, but she's got up there. Looks like she's going for a back blunt. Not quite going for it. Maybe she didn't like that pass. Maybe she'll go for another one in a second. What's she got for us? Oh, huge back Pan Am maybe.
Wow, that almost looked like it was coming around for a pistol flip. Sophie throwing out all the huge tricks right off the bat. She was not messing around. She's like, I'm here to win. I want to throw down what I know I can throw down. Because all these ladies, they are all capable of big scores. So it's going to take everything you've got to get on top of this podium for today. But next up is someone who is not accustomed to, or not scared from being on the podium. Sophie coming in with a 6.67. So that is not going to be the score she is looking for. Definitely going to be upping, but she is in third place as of right now. Audley Robertson-Shaw, multiple-time world champion. She knows what it takes to be on top of the podium because she's been there so many times. But here she goes, first ride.
Absolutely. This is going to be really interesting because in the heats, she scored 2 zeros and then she did a huge back Pan Am and came in first place. So she really is the epitome of go big or go home, which is really cool to see. Going for that big back Pan Am again.
Can she stay retained? She's fighting, she's fighting. She does not, just getting bubbled out on top of the wave. You really saw those boils just fighting her back and forth. It's going to be up to the judges to see if she scored that one or not. I think it's going to be really close.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because when you do a move, the judges will only score you if you land back onto the wave and re-establish a surf. But they've been quite lenient when it came to the juniors, so it'd be interesting to see whether they give that to her. So we're still waiting for an official score to come through, but Otti is not shy of a competition. So I'm sure if she doesn't get it this time, she'll go for it again in the next ride.
Yeah.
And don't forget, these guys, they've got 3 rides, best one counts, so they can just keep going and building up those scores more and more.
It looks like 2 of the judges gave her that back Pan Am with she's coming in with an 86.67. So 2 thought that she stay retained for long enough, 1 did not. But we're back up to the top of our order for the second rides. Jack Fantastic from Great Britain, dropping, just flipping. Can she roll up? Can she roll up? Getting drugged along the rocks. Can she catch this small micro-eddy? Nope. She's going to miss the wave, and that's going to be her second ride.
Jack having a bit of a difficult time there on the eddy line, unfortunately. She's had some problems with her straps, I know, this week. I think she's on her 3rd set of straps, her 3rd setup, because she's just pulling those straps out when she's on the wave, unfortunately. But it's great to see Otti dropping straight into first place there with 86.67. Tamsin is in second right now with 50 points, and Zosha Tula with 35 points. We're about to start the second of the second rides, and that's going to be Tamsin up next, and it'll be interesting to see whether she can increase on her 50-point score from the last run.
Yeah, for sure. She has all the tricks that she needs to be moved up to the top of the podium. Right now she has 50. I reckon she can do more than that. We've seen her do more than that. She placed second at the last World Championships in her hometown of Nottingham, England. So I'm excited to see what she can do here, paddling out onto the wave. Got the thumbs up from the judges for her second ride, squaring up the wave, drop it in. Here she, just getting pushed by that curler, and she got flushed out.
Oh yeah, that was rough. These ladies, they're actually kneeling up inside their boats, and they've only got 1 bladed paddle. So if they get caught on their offside, then that can be the end of their ride. It's a very difficult and skilled thing to do, but they're looking strong in there. So hopefully next time she'll have a better ride than that one.
Yeah, for sure. These ladies, it's really hard just to do C1 in general. I know I've tried it a few times, and I flipped over on my offside in this good wave and got beat down, so I said no more. They are braver than I am. Here we go. Zosha Tula, first, second ride, doing a little switch there to get to the side that she wants. What she got for us?
Looks like she got a nice shove it to start and then go for a spin after that, round to the right-hand side. Spin scores 10 points. She's going for the other way, and unfortunately catching an edge. But can she make it back? Oh, and just making it back onto the wave. That was incredible.
What a save there. That wave awareness just showing what she... going for a McNasty maybe. Wow. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it looked really cool. Nice little back roundhouse or back blunt there to the left. That's definitely going to score some points. This is going to help her hopefully move up from the points that she scored already. It looks like she's tied as of right now, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, it looks like her unofficial score is currently set at the same points as her last ride, but really cool ride there. I don't know how she retained. If that was me, I'd be off. Maybe it's because she's so light.
Maybe so. She just knows what it takes to be in the wave and what to do to stay on the wave. It'll be interesting to see what they scored that one McNasty or Space Godzilla or whatever it was, because it was really cool. These judges are highly trained though, and each of these tricks had a predetermined point value and a definition. They need to score. They need to meet to score those tricks, and then you can add different bonuses onto these tricks as well. Air bonus, huge, clean, link. So it's really cool to see what strategy these ladies are going for. Zosia Tula moving into second place with the 78.33. She's going to be excited with that one.
Yeah, that's a great result. Pushing Tamsin down into the bronze position at the moment, but some of these competitors still have 2 rides to go. Next, dropping in, we've got Sophie Gilfillan. Looks like she's going for that paddle switch once she's across the eddy line, dropping into the wave now. Oh, and unfortunately catching her front edge and pushing her off the wave. But she's got 1 more ride. She's currently sitting with 6.67 points in 4th place. And some of these ladies, they like to just throw it all down on the last ride, so you never know what might happen on the next one.
That is very true. Sophie Gilfillan coming out of the Ottawa area, so she's no stranger to big waves and paddling big waves, so she knows what she can do. She knows the tricks. It's all about, can you put the ride together on the day you need to put the ride together, and it's going to be interesting to see if she can. But next up, our current leader, Otterly Robertson-Shaw out of Great Britain. She's currently in place with an 86.67. I know she wants to up that. She flushed on her first trick last time, so we'll see if she goes maybe smaller tricks into big tricks, or she can just go big trick.
I think she's just going to go straight in for that back Pan Am. She was just having a quick chat with her coach, Dennis Newton from Great Britain, and hopefully he said exactly what she needs to know. She is a fierce competitor, multiple world champion, switching paddle blades as she drops into the wave. And then it looks like she might be lining up for that back Pan Am. Oh, and unfortunately catching edge, but she's still in there.
Wow, do you see her reach forward, grab the water with her paddle blade and pull herself back in? Going for that back Pan Am. Does she stay retained? No, she does not. Getting flush back off. She really wants that trick. She doesn't want to go for little tricks. She said, I want to show what I can do in a C1.
Yeah, it's a bold strategy, and one that she went for last year, and I'm pretty sure she won last year with it. So, I mean, why not? And the fact that she's doing it on her offside means that it's going to be a clean back Pan Am in a C1. That is impressive.
That is very, very impressive, and we know that she has the skill to do it. We are back up. This is our final rides of this finals. Yes, it goes very quickly, but that's just the nature of our sport. We are rolling into this quick and hot. I know Jack just getting in, getting her straps fixed by her coach there.
Yeah, it looks like Mayo's helping her out with the straps, really tightening them down so she doesn't come out of the boat this time. And our current running order is Otterly Robinson-Shaw from Great Britain in 1st place, Zosia Tula from Poland in 2nd, Tamsin McConchy from Great Britain in 3rd, and then Sophie Gilfillan from Canada in 4th, and in 5th is Jack Fantastic. And Jack is going to be our next competitor for the first of their final rides.
Yeah, this is it. If you want to be on top of the podium, you better throw down now. You're making your mark on the World Championships. It's such a great opportunity just that you're here, and you're one of the best 5 C1 women in the world. So that's really special to say, but all of these women want to be on top of the podium. They want to have their name called and that gold medal draped around their neck. Who's it going to be? Jack Fantastic dropping in for her last ride of this finals.
Yeah, Jack looking confident as she goes across the eddy line. And unfortunately not quite working her way far enough across, but it looks like she's had a great time anyway. She's cheering on for the crowd. And I think that will be it for Jack today, but it looks like she had a good time.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here we go. Tamsin McConkey in 3rd place as of right now. She is currently not safe on the podium. She needs to either best her score or all the other paddlers don't need to surpass her, but she's going to want to put up some bigger numbers to get on top of the podium. If you want to be on top, you need an 86.67. Tamsin barely catching the wave, but she does, going for that roundhouse to the right. Blunt to the right. Look at that. She went low, high, scoring all those points that she can score. Here she goes. 30 seconds left on the clock. Spinning around, looking for that back blunt or back roundhouse. We'll see what the judges have to say about that one. Looks like her score is creeping up. She has passed that 50 that she has as of right now. She's up to 60 points. Is she going to move up?
Yeah, come on, Tamsin. Just a couple more moves, and that could really push you up into 1st place. She's looking to beat Zosia next at 78.33 points. She's on 60 so far. Just a few seconds left. Is there anything else she can do? And that's the time up for Tamsin. I tell you what, she's increased her previous score. As long as that comes in as confirmed, go for an air screw at the end there, just for fun. Why not?
Wave boating's so much fun. I am so excited to have a wave world here. Everyone loves wave boating.
Oh yeah, it's so much better than hull boating. It's my favorite. Anyway, we're here at your home spot, so you must be pleased.
I am very pleased. It's so amazing to see this big of a crowd on a Thursday afternoon. Just wait for this weekend. I think this weekend the whole island is going to be completely packed. But Tamsin upping her score, 65 points. She goes 15 points higher than her first ride score. Right now, Zosia Tula currently in that silver medal position. She is guaranteed a medal at what point. It's just all about what color is going to be put around her neck. Going with that spin. Oh! Going for a rotisserie flip or just getting flipped over right there. I'm not sure. I'm going to say it was a rotisserie flip.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure she was going for a rotisserie flip. A rotisserie flip is when you do an air screw but you stay sat bolt upright. Am I right with that?
That is true.
It's an incredible move. Not one that I've done yet, but this time.
No, one of our athletes here, Sam Duffy, was the first one to ever do that on Cheese Wave. And so now a lot of these athletes want to do them, and I think they're one of the coolest air screws to do. And Zosia is showing us almost how one was done. But right now, Sophie Gilfillan from Canada, the last one who can change up the podium order. Here she goes, 45 seconds on the clock, dropping in. Sophie, here you go. Wave is yours.
Oh, going for a right blunt and unfortunately catching it her back edge and flushing off. So it looks like unless the judges give her a decent score for that blunt and a few extra points, then she might just stick in her 4th place position.
Yeah, I know Sophie wanted to throw some bigger rides coming into this final. She was 2nd coming into this finals out of prelims. So she is done. Her ride's going to come in with a 21.67. So Audley Robertson-Shaw claiming her first gold medal of this World Championships and going for a victory ride. I know she's definitely going to try this back Pan Am now and show everyone what she's been working on and all the hard work she's put in.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have our new world champion, Ottilie Robinson-Shaw, and she is just going to go for a victory ride now. Let's see what huge tricks she has in store for us. Is it going to be that massive back Pan Am clean on her offside?
Yeah, Audie, 2-time world champion in C1 now back-to-back. That is such an amazing thing to do, setting up for her first trick. It's definitely going to be that back pan, and we see her trying to get backwards. Oh, wait, she bailed out of it. Clean roundhouse to the left. Now maybe she's going to go for that back Pan Am. There it is. Bam! Back Pan Am. And she retains the feature. That's going to be a very, very high-scoring trick. When the judges give it to her, bam, there goes it up. 148 points. Clean roundhouse again to the left. She wanted to go for the back blunt.
Yeah, she's trying to show us exactly why she is the new gold medalist of C1. And she has, looks like she's doubled the score of the 2nd place position, and she's still going. Just a few seconds left. Oh, and unfortunately flipping over right at the end there, but what a ride. What a score. Let's see how many points she is given officially by the judges. But that was a crazy ride.
Yeah, there's a shot of the stands. You can see the stands are full. Everyone's wanting to watch, get a piece of what freestyle kayaking is. It's very new in this city of Columbus, Georgia. So everyone's wanting a taste to see what it is like to watch freestyle kayaking. Audley Robertson-Shaw, our new world champion, going back-to-back with a 175-point ride in her final ride of this finals. Wow.
Yeah, what a final. Just incredible. 175 points. She has more than doubled the silver position. That is incredible to see. That is just why she is the new world champion. And she's going to be given her trophy, her medal, just straight after the men's C1 final, which will be coming up next.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. We are getting ready for the C1 men's final. We have 4 U.S. and 1 Japan in this final. I can see the men starting to make their way over right now. Grab a cup of coffee, go grab your favorite beverage. We are getting ready for this men's finals. But yeah, right now, our current leader and our podium order is going to be Audley Robertson-Shaw, 1st place, Zosia Tula of Poland with 2nd, Tamsin McConkey in 3rd, Sophie Gilfillan in 4th, and Jack Fantastic rounded it out in our 5th place position.
Absolutely. And coming up next, as Mason said, we're going to have the men's C1 final, and there isn't really going to be much of a break, but you've probably got a minute or two if you need to nip away and come back and join us. So in the men's final, we're going to have it in reverse seeded order. So the highest placed person is last. So we're going to have Jordan Poffenberger from the United States in first. Second, we're going to have Subaru Fukushi from Japan. Then third, Seth Chappell, United States. Fourth, Landon Miller from the United States. And Dane Jackson from the United States. That is going to be an incredible final to watch. So don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit.
Okay, thank you for bearing with us while we queue up some info on the next paddlers to come up in this heat. I hope there's plenty of you joining us back at home and all around the world for the men's C1 final, which will be coming up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we are very excited for this. Last time there was a USA sweep was 2013. Before that was 2003, and then 2001 was the last year that the USA has had a double sweep of the podium. We've already had a USA sweep in squirt boating men, and we have a chance for it here in C1 men as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see if history can repeat itself from 2003.
Yeah, and it very well could do, because we've got 4 paddlers from the US in this 5 men C1 final. They are going to have 3 rides, best one will count, and they're going to keep going round and round, announcing the scores and seeing if they can top the last person's score one after another.
Yeah, and it is going to be very interesting because we have 3 to 4 world champions in this heat from C1. Dane Jackson has won a world championships in C1. Landon Miller has won a championships in C1. Jordan Poffenberger has won a championships in C1. Seth Chappell has won World Cups in second place at Ottawa in 2015, and so he is no stranger to a finals and being on top of the podium either. Wow, this is going to be a very, very tight heat. Subaru, though, from Japan, he is kind of the dark horse in this heat, in this finals right here.
Yeah, I haven't seen him paddle very much, but he's in this final, so he's earned his spot.
Yeah, he has some huge tricks, a very consistent paddler. So it's going to be, can he lay it down on the day that needs to be done? Can he make his way onto the podium and make an upset for Team USA? Only time will tell. We're only a few minutes away from getting this heat kicked off, this finals kicked off.
Yeah, and Subaru's favorite hobbies are watching YouTube. He loves eating sushi. He's a public servant. And a great day is a raining day, so I guess that means going kayaking. So
yeah.
we can all agree with that. Although I quite like it when it rains through the night, and then I have a nice sunny day to go paddling the next day.
That is very true. Today is pretty partly cloudy, but later this week we're going to get some very, very sunny weather. Tomorrow's looking like it's going to open up to sun. Then Saturday it's going to be full sun. So I know we're going to have a huge turnout. It's going to be very exciting. There is our heat list. We are running in reverse seating order from semifinals. So first up, Jordan Poffenberger. Subaru up second. Seth Chappell, Landon Miller, then Dane Jackson. Who is going to be the next world champion right now. Landon Miller is the reigning world champion from Nottingham, England. Is Dane going to take it off his neck? Is it going to be Seth? Is it going to be Subaru? Is it going to be Jordan? Only time will tell. Landon already has a gold medal in this event as well in OC1.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday. It was an incredible final. He threw a huge Pan Am in an OC1, which was just amazing to see.
Nothing like we've seen before. Landon throwing the biggest most aerial trick in this OC1 finals. That OC1 boat, that thing gets heavy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're adding maybe 45 kilos to the boat as soon as it fills up, and every competitor has to have at least 45 litres fitting in the boat whilst they're sat in there. So there's no getting away from the boat filling up. They've got no spray deck. They're kneeling up. They've only got one paddle. So I tell you what, Landon is going to find this probably a breeze after doing so well in the OC1. Yeah, it's an incredible sport.
It definitely is. We can see the athletes there just waiting around. I think we're still having a slight break before we're going to get this rolling. We're going to take a quick break while we get the rest of these guys in the water. The judges are just getting reset back up. Each of these judges are taking turns judging because they have to be very sharp not to miss any air bonuses or any angles dropped. So they got to be fresh. They got to use bathroom breaks. They got to get some food in them. So you do the same, and we'll see you guys back here in about 5 minutes.
Okay, hello everyone back at home. My name is Alan Ward. I'm going to be joined by Mason Hargrove in just a minute. We are currently waiting for the men's C1 final to get started here in Columbus, Georgia. We are on the beautiful Chattahoochee River, which is lovely and warm. We've had great weather all week. It's a little bit drizzly today, but it looks like it's going to brighten up for the rest of the week, and it hasn't dampened the spirits of all of the people coming out to watch. The stands are full. Judges are just having a quick break while they grab a drink and toilet break, but it looks like we're going to be getting started here very soon. The river's currently running on what we like to call 3 gens. It's the top flow through on in the summertime, and it means that good wave is pumping at the best level it can. There's another wave just upstream which runs on 2 gens, which we had a bit of a play around with earlier in the week, and we surfed on a competition at one of the World Cups last year, which was great fun. So a little bit sort of similar to my home wave of Hurley Weir when it's on 2 gates. So I really enjoyed that one. But this year we're back to good wave, and the wave is absolutely pumping. It just, to be honest, today it looks like a launch ramp, and I can't wait to get back on there tomorrow. Can you, Mason?
It's going to be such a good quarterfinals for the men's tomorrow. I'm very, very excited for it. Tomorrow's a busy day. We have quarterfinals for men and women. We have semifinals for junior men and junior women. Then we have finals for junior men and junior women. It's going to be a jam-packed day, and I'm very excited for it. The later you get in the day, the later days you get in the World Championships, the more we are changing up who is paddling, and the better paddlers we're going to see. All these guys have earned their right to be paddling in these finals or quarterfinals and semifinals. So, best paddlers in the world are coming in hot.
Yeah, so do whatever you need to do to make sure you watch tomorrow. Call in sick. You can tell them it's my fault. Just make sure you're watching, because we'll be watching. We'll be cheering them all on. It's going to be amazing. Oh, look, there we go.
There we are.
You caught us. Caught on camera. We're really pleased to be here and talking to you guys all at home. Thanks very much for joining us.
Yeah, we are very excited. You can see we got this lovely powerhouse behind us. This used to be the old power mill. They used to generate a lot of power through this. It was a giant dam all the way across the river. They blew this dam back a long time ago. In 2013, this course officially opened. That was before I even started kayaking. I started kayaking right after this was built in 2015. So that was really, really cool. And yeah, we're getting excited for this C1 men's finals. We just witnessed the C1 women's finals where we crowned Audley Robertson-Shaw as our new world champion.
Yep, she claimed the gold with an absolutely enormous clean back Pan Am on her offside, which was a stunning move.
It definitely was, but I know all of these men are going to be throwing it down. We have a chance for another Team USA sweep if they can put it together. The last time there was a double sweep of the podium was 2001. So it's going to be amazing to see. Last time that the C1 men swept was 2013. So our C1 team has been really, really strong, but there's one black horse in this finals. Tell me a little bit about him.
Yeah, Subaru Fukushi. He's been paddling really strongly all week. He's from Japan. He is coming into this in 4th place. So because it's a reverse seed, he's going to be 2nd. These guys are going to have 3 rides, best ride counts. And they're basically just going to keep going round and round, and their scores are going to be announced each time, so they know exactly what they're going after for the next ride. It just means that they can amp it up over and over again.
Yeah, it's very true. I'm very excited to watch this. Is it going to be the reigning world champion, Landon Miller? Is it going to be the former world champion, Dane Jackson, or Jordan Poffenberger? Or is it going to be the former World Cup champion, Seth Chappelle?
Who knows? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. It sounds like the announcers are getting hyped. The judges are sitting in their seats. Everyone's trying to rush to their seats now to get a good spot to watch this finals. Jordan Poffenberger is in the water. He is going to be our first paddler in this finals for C1 men. Paddling a boat he built himself, a Liquid Logic prototype. Here he goes.
Yeah, dropping into the wave, coming down. Didn't really like that first pass, so maybe, yeah, he's going for the second one. Looking for an air screw to the left and a big blunt to the left as well on his offside. He's carving around and setting up, pulling himself up to the top of the wave and going for a clean blunt to the right and a back blunt as well. Up on the shoulder. That shoulder really, it curls over. It's really easy to get caught out by that one. But Jordan is a very seasoned competitor. That'll be a great starting ride, and he's got 2 more chances to make sure he's in the top spot.
That is very true. Yeah, Jordan having a really good pace until he got caught over on that surfer's right shoulder. That shoulder can be really mean to you sometimes, so you got to take it. You can't take it for granted just surfing on that shoulder. You got to be aware of where you are on the wave. Next up, Subaru from Japan. He's just waiting for the thumbs up from the judges, and it looks like he just did, paddling that beautiful polka-dotted Vija kayak.
Yeah, I think he's one of our only competitors in a Vader this year, but it looks good out there with the polka dot pattern, and it looks like he's just getting psyched up and ready to go. Just waiting for Shep's thumbs up. Shep is the head judge here at the 2023 ICF Freestyle World Championships. And it looks, if there's a little bit of time like this, it means that they're discussing the results. But it looks like Jordan's score has come in with, he's got an official score of 293.33, which is a brilliant first ride. And it looks like Subaru's struggling a little bit on the eddy line, but he's fighting it back. Coming in a bit high on the shoulder, and unfortunately not quite making it in.
Yeah, that eddy coming out can be a little pushy sometimes. This is 8,000 CFS going past us, so imagine 8,000 basketballs of water going past you every single second. That's what the water is required to be to make this wave work, and so these athletes are having to cross that big old eddy line you see right there in front of Seth just to make it out to the wave. We always say, step 1, catch the wave. Step 2, surf the wave. Step 3, do tricks.
Do cool tricks.
Do cool tricks.
Yeah. And up next, we are going to have Seth Chappelle from the United States. I'm sure his newly born baby, I think newly born baby last year, and his wife will be watching.
Yeah, they have 2 kids now, Lucy and Rory, and then Seth's wife, Annie, are definitely watching. They're in the stands right now. I know they have Team Chappelle shirts on.
Oh, nice.
And so everyone's getting excited. You hear that air raid horn by Eric Jackson charging on Team USA. Oh, Seth not quite liking that pass, but it's okay. He hasn't actually started his time. He's just faring out of the eddy. If you're a righty, it's pretty hard to paddle outside. You got to reach across and cross bow as you're on your way out. That takes an incredible amount of balance sitting on your knees. But Seth, one of the best C1ers in the world, and he's about to show you why.
Looks like he's getting ready for his first trick on the wave. Going for maybe a roundhouse to the left. Big back blunt as well. Definitely give him an air bonus on that one. Maybe even a back Pan Am. Looking for another blunt round to the left with a little bit of air. Switching it round and blunt the other way. Seth is really working the whole wave. He's a little bit far over, but he's getting a nice flashback there. Flashback's where you spin into a back blunt. It's one of my favorite moves. And what's he got next for us? He's a bit far over. I'm a little bit concerned. And the wave is really greened out just now, but he's fought his way back on. Going for a big flashback again. And now he's working his way over to the other side of the wave. That's the sort of the stickier part. Oh, and huge back Pan Am, unfortunately carrying him off the wave. If you go too big, that can be it.
That is very true. You can see how the wave shape was changing during his ride. The wave, while it's still, while the pool is starting to fill in and the pool's getting higher, the wave flattens out a lot more. But with it being this in-between of it all the way filled in and not all the way filled in, it'll surge. And so it'll get really tall and green, and you can go freaking huge on it, but it's a little bit easier to flush on. Seth coming in with the 363 points, so that's going to move him into the first place position as of right now. But there's 2 more athletes that have that say in what the order is going to be, but they all have 2 rides left for the guys who've already gone before. But right now, it's all about this dude right here, Landon Miller, already having a gold medal draped around his neck. He wants the double gold at this World Championships. He is a full-time C1er, so he loves being in this. His dad, Brian, and his mom watching. Man, I can't wait to see what this kid's going to do.
Yeah, and it's a really cool boat design.
He's got a Murky Waters boat from Ed, built up in Canada, that Rockstar 5. He's got the flames on it. Man, I'm excited. There he goes. Thumbs up. Water splash in the face. Big spray. Sizing up the wave. Here he goes. The jets have been turned on. Landon Miller about to go huge.
Yeah, he's coming out strong out of the eddy and onto the wave. What's he got for us? Looks like he's working the wave, trying to get a good pass. Oh, a big Pan Am to start off his ride. We haven't seen that from many. Oh, and a big back blunt. Lovely flashback off that one. Looks like he's getting ready for another one. Nice big air blunt to the right. Backing it up. Back blunt, probably with air as well. Working the wave. Trying to pull himself up. Going for another big Pan Am. Coming down backwards. He's a little bit far over. Going for a flashback back round to the right-hand side, which is really good for moving over this side of the wave. Big back Pan Am.
Can he stay retained?
Huge.
Oh, just flushing off, but that was a solid first ride score. What some of these athletes do is they lay down a solid score for the first one, and then they come out, okay, I know what the wave's going to do. I know how the wave's reacting right now, and then I can go big. Landon going big right off the start. He said, I don't care. I'm doing one of the hardest tricks first. You go with that Pan Am to the left. That was amazing to see. Next up, Dane Jackson.
Yeah, he was not messing around on that ride, was he? He's clearly sending a message to the rest of the competitors, especially Dane, multiple world champion. It's going to be interesting to see what Dane has to follow that up. I've seen him doing some pretty cool practice rides with pistol flips, Pan Ams, back Pan Ams, so we'll have to wait and see how many of those tricks he's going to drop into his ride.
Yeah, Dane, multi-sport athlete as well, doing K1 and C1. Already made finals in one. I know he wants to make finals in the other. We'll have to see if he does. But right now it's all about his C1 finals. He's just waiting for that thumbs up. They're trying to see what Landon did, make sure he gets all the bonuses and tricks that he performed, and make sure he's awarded for those.
Yeah, his unofficial score looked like it was teetering around the 400 mark. And if it is 400 or more, that will push him into the first spot. So we've got our fingers crossed for Landon right now as the judges tot up all of those points. And it looks like we've got a final score in for Landon at 416.67, which pushes him straight into first place. That's incredible. Second place right now, we've got Seth Chappelle and Jordan bringing up third place. But we still got our final first ride, which is going to be Dane Jackson. And he's going to look to go straight up into first place, I'm sure. Looks like he's got the thumbs up from the judges. He is working his way up to the top of the eddy and catching that little curler on the way out to make his life easier.
Yeah, here he goes, dropping in for his first ride of his finals. What's he going to have for us? Kind of getting bogged down in the bottom of the wave, but clean blunt to the left to get things started. That was a nice vertical blunt. Huge back blunt there, keeping the paddle clean, getting that clean bonus blunt to the right, just ticking off all the easier tricks before he starts to go big on his big tricks. There he goes, back blunt to the other side. So he has all 4 blunts done. Now he can go for the Pan Am-y tricks. There he goes, Pan Am to the left. That's a 110-point trick. It's a very high-scoring trick. Back Pan Am to the right. Wow.
Massive back Pan Am.
Massive in a C1. Going for that pistol flip. It'll be up to the judges to see where they scored that. Looked like it was a little bit sideways to me. And an air screw on the buzzer. He flushed off. But wow, what a solid first ride by Dane. He did all 4 blunts. Pan Am left, back Pan Am right, went for that pistol flip, and then air screw on the buzzer. His boat never stopped moving that entire ride.
Yeah, and if your first ride drops you potentially into first place, we're going to have to wait and see, then you're off to a really good start. And he's only going to get better from there, I'm sure.
That is very true. Like I was saying earlier, these athletes, after their first ride, they know exactly what the wave's doing. These athletes are so good at what they do. They can read the wave by even surfing it for 5 seconds and knowing how the surge is going to be, where's the flushy spots of the wave, where can I go to go bigger than anyone else. And so these athletes definitely know what it takes to get on top of the podium. We're still waiting for Dane's ride, but then we're going to move back up to the top of our heat list with Jordan Poffenberger, currently in third as of right now as we're waiting for Dane. I have a feeling he's going to drop down into fourth after Dane's score. There it is, 653 points for Dane Jackson.
Yeah, straight into first place for Dane, which is incredible to see. He's nearly doubled third place, which is just amazing for that first ride. And we're about to start off the second rides. First person up is going to be Jordan Poffenberger. He is there in his amazing looking black carbon liquid logic playboat. He's just getting ready, bit of a face splash and coming out of the eddy. Coming out, oh, little mystery move on the way out. It's not the easiest eddy line to come across, but he is dropping straight onto the wave. No worries. Looking for an air screw on his first pass.
Wow. Coming out swinging. He just wanted those big tricks first. It'll be interesting to see what he was scored for that. Not quite getting the boat to take off the water. There he goes. Clean blunt to the right. That's going to be a high scoring trick. Back roundhouse to the left. Back roundhouse to the right. Cleaning that one up. Getting an added bonus. There he goes. Pan Am to the left. Getting the boat. Can he stay on the feature? No. He is flushed off. But it'll be up to the judges whether he scored that one or not. They are saying if they're retained on the top of the feature for long enough, maybe they're going to score it. Maybe they won't. So we'll have to see what they're going to give.
Yeah, it looks like he's got an unofficial score there of 318.33, which will better his last ride, but probably not quite be enough to push him into third place, unfortunately. But he's got another ride, and it's only the best ride that counts. So his score from his second ride was 318.33 points confirmed. And next up, we're going to have Subaru Fukushi. Unfortunately, he scored 0 on his first ride, so he's going to be really fired up for this next one. Looks like the judges are ready. He's launching himself into the eddy. The crowd is going crazy here. Bartosz is really getting them going. Here we go. Coming up to the top of the eddy, probably trying to catch that little curler. There it is. Cruising out across the eddy line, looking strong, dropping down into the wave.
All right, he is on the wave. All right, coming to score points. Oh, going for a blunt or roundhouse to the left, but not getting the boat to rotate underneath him like he wanted. He's still going to be at a 0 as of right now, but he's going to do a big trick like that to the left. Big old roundhouse to the left, keeping that paddle clean for an extra clean bonus. Backwards, he's looking for a big back trick, not quite liking that bounce right there, so he's going to set it back up. We've seen him throw some big scores before.
He's already improved on his last ride, so currently sitting at 28.33 points. He's looking for a really nice pass. Going for an air screw, but maybe not quite getting enough speed down the wave. Looking for a blunt, almost on the buzzer, and that'll be it for Subaru. It's a tough wave. You know, it's surging all the time. Every so often you catch it right and you go huge, and then every so often it just denies you. You go for a move and it just flattens it off. So we've seen a few lower moves than they probably wanted to, but they've still got another try at this. Most of the guys have got 2 more rides. Seth Chappelle's got 2 more rides. He's up next.
Yeah, Seth Chappelle getting stretched out there, bib 118. He knows what he needs to do. Currently sitting in third. As of right now, it's Dane Jackson, Landon Miller, Seth Chappelle. As you can see in the bottom left of your screen, there's the scores to beat. If you want to be on top of the podium, you need to score greater than a 658. And all of these guys are capable of doing that. Seth just waiting for the thumbs up. There he is, thumbs up from the judges. Big ol' smile, sizing up the wave, knowing what he needs to do.
Steely-eyed focus. I tell you what, Seth's been competing about as long as I have, which is a very long time. His first Worlds was back in 2003 in Graz in the Terminator hole, which we... I'm not sure if anyone was that excited about surfing, to be honest. Probably more excited to get out of it. Anyway, here he goes, dropping down into the wave. Seth Chappelle, what's he got for us? Big blunt to the left, clean blunt on his offside, looking for a massive back Pan Am. And going for the blunt to the right. He's really laying down those moves. He's keeping the boat moving. Coming up to the top of the wave, big pass. Looking for a flashback round to the right, nice air back blunt. He's ticking up that score. He's going to be trying to increase on his 366 points from last ride. What's he got next for us? He's surfing around on the far shoulder. It's a little bit fickle over there. Looking for another big flashback. Pushes him over to the other side of the wave. This is right. He's right in the middle there in the good sweet spot. Looking for a Pan Am. Maybe he was looking for an air screw. Oh, and going for a pistol flip right at the end. He's retained it.
It's going to be up to the judge to see whether he scored that one or not for the Pan Am. Did he get off the water at one point for it to score? That's going to be up to them. But currently, right now, what it was looking at might best Landon Miller for that second place spot. It's going to be very, very close. Did he score that Pan Am? Did he score that McNasty on the buzzer? If he does, he can move up to the top of the leaderboard and dethrone Dane Jackson. As of right now, we're just waiting to see what the judges are going to say for that one. It's going to be close.
It is. And if you're getting confused back at home, we're talking about pistol flips and McNasties, but they score the same points, but it's a very slightly different technique. but effectively you could do a McNasty or a pistol flip on this wave because it's such a dynamic feature. So if you're getting confused, that's what's going on. But the McNasty / pistol flip is a very high scoring move, and if you can get air on it or link it to anything else, then the score just goes up and up.
It's very true. Still waiting for Seth's score to come in. I think it's going to be a big one. He moves in to the second place spot with a 431.67, so he best Landon by 20 points, but Landon hasn't done his second ride yet. He has only done one, so he is going to come in, guns a-blazing, and try and throw the biggest ride that he can to be on top of this podium to claim his second ever World Championship title in the C1 class.
Oh, he looks absolutely stoked coming out of the eddy. Big water splash. Lovely, lovely crossbow coming out, pushing himself right into the middle of the feature. What's he going to do on that first pass? Massive Pan Am on his offside, incredible. Finds his way over to the other side. He's moving back across to the sticky part, lining up backwards for a back blunt with air, and a flashback back the other way with air. Nice big blunt to the right with air again. Trying to work it back the other way. I wonder what he's got next. It's probably going to be another big move. Going for a massive back Pan Am off the right side. Working his way back over to this shoulder. Big air blunt. Big clean air blunt on his offside.
Landon has those. There he goes, blunt. McNasty, does he stick it? Yes, he does. Blunt, McNasty to the other side. He's going to pistol flip this around. Does he stay retained? Oh my
yes.
gosh.
That was an incredible end to his second ride.
His score is going to go up for sure. This is definitely going to take over the first place position, 785 points. Wow.
I tell you what, if anyone can challenge Dane for the top spot, it's Landon Miller. He is trying to beat 658.33 points, and it looked like his unofficial score there was up in the 700s. That will easily push him into first place. But Dane Jackson has his second ride still to do, and they've all still got a third ride. So this is going to really be interesting as it hots up. And the really cool format of these finals is that they see and hear their scores after each ride, so they know exactly what they're going after to try and push their way into the gold spot.
That is very, very true. You can see Dane Jackson right there just waiting to hear Landon's score, so he's able to have the thumbs up. Landon Miller moving in to first place by almost 200 points, 803.33. Wow.
That's crazy. That's crazy, but so well deserved. He did some absolutely huge Pan Ams, and that blunt to pistol flip at the end was amazing. I wish he just scored that second one, but he just flushed off right at the end. Maybe his third ride will be a 2 lots of blunt to pistol flip.
I reckon if he had scored that second pistol flip, he would be over almost at the 1,000-point mark.
Oh, at least. And I tell you what, he's really sent a message to Dane Jackson, multiple gold-winning paddler, just dropping across the eddy line and down into the wave. Let's see whether he can best that 803-point score. Going straight for a blunt to the left and a back blunt. He's laying, big blunt to the right. And is he going to back it up for a back blunt? There it is. Looking for that again. He wasn't happy with it. Much bigger this time. Carving around, looking to get himself up to the top for a good pass. Another big air blunt to the left and a big Pan Am right up on the shoulder there. I'm not sure how he retained that. Must be all those years of experience. Big Pan Am to the left on his offside. Looking for a huge back Pan Am. Dane is really working the wave and trying to get up to the 803-point score. Looking for the pistol flip. Absolutely incredible. That's going to push his score right up. Going for a pistol flip the other way. Maybe twisting around a little bit, but he retained it, so we have to wait and see what the judges think. Right now, his unofficial score is only 20 points behind current leader Landon Miller. What a ride.
Wow, that one is going to be tight. If he scored that last pistol flip, and it looks like he that might push Dane back into the lead. It's going to be very, very tight. There's that first pistol flip that 100% scored. But it's this next pistol flip here that it's going to be tight. He kind of corked the boat around, and it's going to be, wow. If he scores it, he's moving to the top. If not, he's going to stay right below Landon in that second place spot. But each of these athletes now have one more ride to say which order it's going to be, who's going to get the gold medal draped around their neck.
I'll tell you what, though, if he gets that over 800 points, and he does, 850 points for Dane Jackson. His official score has just come in. That pushes him solidly into first place, with Landon Miller just behind in second place, Seth Trappell in third, Jordan in fourth, and Subaru in fifth. And up next, we're going to have Jordan Poffenberger kicking off the third and final rides in the C1 men's final. In not too long, we're going to see who is the new world champion of men's C1 in freestyle.
Yeah, here we go. This is it. Last rides of this finals for the C1's men's. If you want to be a world champion, you need to throw down right now. You need to make your stake your claim, show these guys who's boss, and put down an over 850 point ride to be the next world champion in 2023 for C1 class. And Jordan Poffenberger fighting his way back into the wave, and he does. Huge air screw to start his ride off. Clean blunt to the left, blunting it around to the right. That's going to be some high scoring tricks right there. Back blunt to the left, going to go spin to the right, cleaning it up. Flip turn and flushed off. That is going to be Jordan Poffenberger's time. I'm not very certain that that's going to move him up in the rankings. He might stick with his second ride score of 318.
I tell you what, if you're not screaming at your TV by now, I took every ounce of my being not to just scream over you then, Mason. He came down and almost flushed right on that first pass, and then unfortunately caught an edge towards the end. But great work from Jordan. Jordan's score has just come in. He got 338.33 points, which is better than his first and better than his second ride. But unfortunately, that's not pushing him onto the podium this time.
All right, Subaru, the last guy who can actually change who is on the podium.
Absolutely.
If he scores higher than a 431, he will be on the podium and knock Seth off. But it's all up to what he does right now. Here he goes, dropping in for his last ride. He has earned the right to be here in this finals. Can he make the most of it? Subaru.
Here we go. Looks like he's setting up on the far side. It's a little bit of a danger zone over there. He's working his way around, looking for a nice pass, trying to work his way up to the top of the wave. Oh, going for a big Pan Am right on the shoulder. Oh, and he's disappointed with that, which is a real shame. He's had some really great rides out here, and I think he should be proud of what he's achieved.
All right, it is official. We have a Team USA sweep for the second time of this event and the first time since 2001. Wow, this is absolutely historical. Now, what orders are going to be in?
Yeah, who's going to take the top spot? Who's going to be in silver and who's going to be in bronze? Right now, we've got Dane Jackson sitting in the gold position, Landon Miller in second, and Seth Trappell in bronze position. But that could all change because they've all got one final ride, but we know who's on the podium. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens next. It looks like we've got a thumbs up, and we're going to have Seth Trappell next, but there's a little bit of questioning going on between the paddlers and the head judge. Looks like Seth is our next paddler. He's getting hyped up on the start ramp there. Here we go, dropping down into the eddy. This is going to be a big ride for Seth.
Here we go. Seth Trappell, third ride. Seth Trappell's third ride of this finals. He wants to be on top of that podium. We know he can be on top of that podium, but can he dethrone Dane Jackson of right now or beat Landon Miller's score to move into that silver medal position? Only time will tell, and we are about to find out. Here we go. Seth, your final ride of this World Championships. What are you going to make of it, buddy?
I'll tell you what, any one of these three paddlers is gold medal material. And dropping down, going for a big Pan Am on his offside to start with. Going for a, Pan Am, maybe a donkey flip on that one, and backing it up. Huge back Pan Am, just sticking on the wave, looking for a big flashback, and then a little tumble.
Wow,
Come
keeping
on,
it in.
His score is ticking up. Going for a air blunt to the right. He's really working that wave, keeping it moving. I think that the point here is just to keep scoring points, keep moving the boat, keep doing moves. Coming up to the top, he's right over on that far side. Looks like he's... Oh! He got a roundhouse into a beautiful pistol flip. So he gets a link bonus for that, and definitely air on the pistol as well. He's going for a pistol again. Absolutely insane, right on the buzzer. What a ride. 831 points, unconfirmed. That could still go up. That will push him right into second position. Oh, 871. We're going crazy here. The crowd's going mad.
Oh my gosh, Seth Chappelle.
It could be gold medal for Seth Chappelle.
What just happened? Oh my gosh, can you say drama? Seth Chappelle throwing down an absolutely giant ride. That McNasty you're seeing, not that one, but he did a McNasty right at the last buzzer. Literally, he initiated that trick, and he threw it right over the top and stuck it. He is going to move into the gold medal position and knock down Dane and Landon. Landon's going to move down to the third. Dane to the silver. Oh my gosh, now they are fighting to beat Seth. Seth is our first place as of right now with the 858.33, 8 points higher than Dane.
Only 8.33 points in it. That's astonishing. That's less than a flat spin. That was an absolutely incredible ride, and it's who would have thought he would have gone from third straight into first with such a huge score. I did say any one of these three guys could be gold medal material, and they've all got over 800 points on the podium. So we just have to wait and see whether our next competitor, Landon Miller, is going to make it a double gold OC1 and C1.
Oh my gosh. Here we go. Ian amped up. The whole crowd is amped up. Everyone wants to see Landon Miller throw down. It's all about Landon Miller right now. What's he going to do? Final ride, dropping in. Here he goes. Can he beat that 858? Yes, he can. He's done it before. Starting off, giant Pan Am to the left. Great way to get your ride started. Back blunt to the left. Blunting it around to the left. Into McNasty and flushing off. It's going to be a bronze for Landon Miller.
Tell you what, that was go big or go home. And he's pulled it off before. It was incredible to see him going for that pistol flip right so early in his ride, but, you know, why not?
Yeah, he knew if he stuck that pistol flip, he was going to be in good shape to continue moving on for his ride. But, unfortunately, he did not increase his score, but a bronze medal in a World Championships, amazing.
Yep, third in the world. Doesn't get much better than that. But I tell you what, Dane Jackson is sat in second position, and Seth's come up to cheer Dane on. Dane's got one ride left to try and push himself from silver into gold, and if anyone can do it, Dane can do it.
It's very true. It's all going to come down to 45 seconds. Dane and the wave. Who's going to win this one? Is it going to be the wave? Is it going to be Dane? Or is Seth going to come out the victor today?
Yeah. Is it going to be Dane or the wave?
Is it going to be Dane or the wave?
He's getting himself ready. The judges are ready for him, so he's just doing his final prep. There we go. Thumb up from Dane, thumbs up from the judges. Just coming off the start ramp, ready to go. Multiple world champion.
All right, the crowd is getting hype. This is it. This is the last athlete in our finals. He is the last one who can say who has the gold medal draped around his neck. Starting off, blunt to the left.
And back blunt round as well. Blunt to the right. And is he going to go for the back blunt? There it is on his offside. Recovering well. Looking for a big Pan Am to the left. And looking maybe for a big Pan Am backwards as well. Is it Pan Am the other way? This guy is a machine. He's just ticking off the moves one by one. Big back blunt off a flashback there. Right up on the shoulder. Big air blunt. I mean, if he's not getting huge bonuses, I don't know who is. Okay, here we go. Setting up backwards for the pistol flip. Oh, and unfortunately flushing off.
I know what that means.
We've got no score on the screen. We don't know where he's going to be, but that was a big ride. I don't know if it's enough.
Seth Chappelle is our new world champion. This is his first ever world champion. Wow.
Absolutely astonishing rides there. We're just waiting for Dane's final official score to come in.
We are just waiting. We are just waiting. It's going to be official. I think it's safe to say that Seth Chappelle is going to be our new world champion. Yep, we can hear it over the loudspeakers there. Seth Chappelle winning the ICF 2023 World Championships in the canoe class. Dane, last ride was a 586. Huge finals from all of these guys. There it is. Seth Chappelle first, Dane Jackson second, Landon Miller third, Jordan Poffenberger fourth, and Subaru fifth.
What final that was. I was on the edge of my seat through that whole thing. It was ridiculous. I can't believe how much they shuffled around. Seth is absolutely stoked. Look at that.
He's hugging his wife, Annie. There's his brother with his two kids.
Oh, I'm so pleased for him. He's been competing for a long time, and he is now the 2023 C1 Men's World Champion. And it's a clean sweep for the US on the podium.
Yeah, another clean sweep for US, but absolutely stoked for Seth, stoked for all of these guys. They have worked so hard to make it here. Huge shout out to Subaru for making his way all the way across the world to compete at this World Championships in Columbus, Georgia, and taking home a 5th place spot. Oh, wow, what a finals.
Yeah, how do you follow that up? Fortunately, that is the end of the day because I can't take much more of this. But I'm hoping that all of you at home join us tomorrow morning for a whole nother day of fun. We're going to have the men's quarterfinals, the women's quarterfinals, the men's and women's junior semi-finals, I think.
And finals.
And finals. Wow, what a day. What a day.
It's going to be a very, very busy day. Everyone, we are going to have the medal ceremonies right after this. We're going to get these guys changed and up to the powerhouse. So stick around. It's going to be about 30 minutes before we bring the awards to you. So go grab some lunch or some dinner wherever you're at and wait for these guys to accept their medals.
Yeah, but please stick around and watch that medal ceremony and celebrate their victories with us.
Yep. All right, signing off, Mason Hargrove.
And Alan Ward.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for the medal ceremony here. Stand by while we get everything set up, while we present today's finalists. We're just still waiting on folks to get ready so we can get everyone lined up. And folks, the grass area is open. If you want to come on down and crowd all in front, we invite you to come into the main grassy causeway for the medal ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the 2023 ICF Freestyle World Championship Women's C1 event will begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the Women's C1 event. The medals will be presented by Robert Watkins, representing Georgia Power, and Tanya Nielsen, Great Britain Team Manager. The bronze medalist is Tamsin McConchy of Great Britain. The silver medalist is Zosia Tula from Poland. The gold medalist and world champion is Audley Robinson-Shaw of Great Britain. Please rise for the national anthem of Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, please show recognition for the 2023 ICF World Championships Women's C1 medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the 2023 ICF Freestyle World Championships Men's C1 event will begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the men's C1 event. The medals will be presented by Will Thompson, representing Synovus, and Andy Jones, team leader of USA. The bronze medalist is Landon Miller, United States of America. The silver medalist is Dane Jackson from the United States of America. The gold medalist and world champion is Seth Chappell from the United States of America. Please rise for the national anthem of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please show recognition for the 2023 ICF World Championships Men's C1 medalists. Folks, please join us tomorrow at 10:15 to begin the next day of competition.